My name is Erica Lorraine Spencer, and I remain subject to state surveillance and terrorism by the state of California that is operating a malicious targeting system which is referred to as federal group stalking and monitoring via communication devices. And it is in violation of federal stalking statute 18 U.S.C. sections 2261A subsections 1 and 2. My website and podcast serve the public good by publishing evidence of the public entity's ceaseless engagement in a pattern of conduct intended to stalk and monitor via communication devices, surveil, harass, and terrorize an American citizen in concert with the people of the state of California. Documentation serves the lawful purposes of wide exposure, federal prosecution, and influencing federal legislation with policies specifically designed to punish, dismantle, and disincentivize an unprecedented targeting system by a public entity that acts in concert with the people of the state in order to criminally place under surveillance and terrorize an American citizen, which is a matter of public corruption in the state of California. Notice: intellectual property theft is particularly egregious and equally unlawful where the sole inventor and creator of the intellectual property is the targeted individual. Erica Lorraine Spencer, subject to the unconstitutional and inhumane government system of gang stalking, otherwise referred to as federal group stalking and monitoring via communication devices, because of which the intellectual property created by the targeted individual, who is, in fact, Erica Lorraine Spencer, as the intellectual property also proves, serves to establish via evidence and expose the existence of criminal surveillance and thus an inherent threat posed by the U.S. government and the civilian population sharing engagement in the unlawful system. Such evidence, that includes all of the content created by Erica Lorraine Spencer, images, videos, audio, etc., belongs solely and entirely to Erica Lorraine Spencer only and is necessarily published online in order to protect her life, safety, and liberty as the targeted individual, who is also the intellectual property owner, no less protected from theft procured through targeting by a public entity. Theft of any intellectual property belonging to Erica Lorraine Spencer, which is necessarily committed while she, being both creator and inventor, remains oppressed by the public entity via criminal surveillance, is a criminal and inhumane means of infringement under all circumstances and not protected nor enforceable pursuant to any invalid or fraudulent acts of copyright, trademarks, patents, etc., including as it pertains to any ideas associated with or generated from the intellectual property or the intellectual property owner, Erica Lorraine Spencer, whether creative, business, or otherwise, nor does the intellectual property owner consent to any such means of infringement and theft. Erica Lorraine Spencer here. The following is an audio version of video evidence that is captured for purposes of mass distribution, which is why I am capturing it and sharing it on the podcast for evidentiary purposes and also to reveal the wealth of documentation that extends beyond what it is that I document on podcasts. Much of the video and images will be published onto the YouTube channel, the P.O.C, and it is also shared on the Google Drive. Again, this is for purposes of revealing what I remain subject to, which is federal group stalking and monitoring. It is a demonic system of state surveillance that the government is practicing in concert with the people of the state, and it should be known and well understood that for the government to engage in federal group stalking and monitoring, this is a crime that is committed with a criminal purpose to threaten the life of an American citizen. This is to conspire to murder and or permanently kidnap an American citizen while engaging in a perpetual sex offense in concert with the people of the state. This is stalking. And the objective is to maintain presence and light activity, just like you can see in the images the city of Ontario is doing, from the TABOR building to the Starbucks. License 7NXV008. There is nobody in the Starbucks, and they're not ordering. They're just sitting there in relevant position, stalking in the path. The entity is maintaining flashing light also. This is all light activity. Taking images. Heavy traffic too in the morning. 5 in the morning. Didn't even try to order anything. 7NXV008. And driving off while another demon is replacing. They're not abandoning the path. An engineered light. License 8HJU403. Stalking in the path. Not abandoning the path. Teamwork. This is P.O.C. for gang stalking. These are demons. Stalking a woman as well. Aiming light all over the place. This is mental illness. This is what's going to be addressed with regard to diagnosing and prosecuting. There's nobody, and they never rolled down their window to order anything. They sat there stalking in the path. Here's one shadow. Here's my second shadow, and there's a third shadow right here. Okay, they're engaging in stalking me because Starbucks is not yet open, so they're maintaining presence in concert with the City of Ontario. So the moment that I start walking away from the TABOR professional building, stalking with utility trucks and the dumpster truck, amplifying the sound of emptying the dumpsters, which is supposed to disrupt to wake everybody up in the City of Ontario at 4 in the morning in the dark. This is what the entity is doing while they're stalking in the path with light activity. This is the criminal conduct of Paul Leon, of the demons that are in position gang stalking as a spurt in concert with the population. Michael Gherkin, Mike Lorenz, Alan D. Wapner, the entity that is engaging in ongoing criminal surveillance while aware of, okay, whether you're aware of it or not, but this is speaking to enhancement. This is speaking to coloring the crime that these sex offenders engage in while they know that the person that they sought to gang stalk to steal my money and defame me has been documenting them for years, and they're still stalking while they're being published on the internet at the same time. Our only prize is exposure and prosecution. That's it. This is obsession and demon possession. This is P.O.C. Alignment in the path. That's P.O.C. It's currently 5:05 a.m. at 507 North Euclid Avenue, where they're also stalking with light under a fake sun and inside of that venue all day long while the people of the state engage in surveillance surrounding me. This is P.O.C. 5:06 a.m. It is currently 5:22 a.m. A sex offender molesting my thighs by pacing in the parking lot with engineered light. 30161N2. This is a white Toyota Tacoma parking in front of the Church of Christ where another demon is monitoring with them. Yeah, this is that demon, Ocean. All right, it is currently 5:23 a.m. Ocean is indeed a sex offender, like I'm documenting every day at Starbucks, monitoring my vagina, and also molesting me with engineered light while she paces in the parking lot, which is never going to result in engineered light on my inner thigh, where the entity's objective is to touch you with engineered light. Light is that's not the product of their headlights. Okay, so these are demons that are stalking with light, and she's molesting my body with that. That's also a sex offender, and doing so with the City of Ontario. So Starbucks employees are present, engaging in the elements of monitoring, and doing so. Remember, Ocean is the overweight, I surmise Latina. She's engaging in a sex offense molestation with impossible light while she's stalking, and she's monitoring with, again, the sex offenders of Ontario that are stalking. That's the City of Ontario, Paul Leon's municipality that's engaging in surveillance. And they're doing so at 4 when I'm getting up from the TABOR professional building, stalking in the path, the utility vehicles and a dumpster truck, maintaining means of amplified audible activity as I'm walking down the street. And engineer light is maintained. The demons of Woodside Senior Apartments maintaining flashing light at the entrance, while the demons in the path are stalking with regard to going into the drive-thru when they're not even, this one demon, they didn't even try to order. They just sat there. The objective is whether they order or not. You need to understand that first of all, the reality is the knowledge. They know that Starbucks is closed. This is surveillance that's underway. They're stalking in the path, and my multiple shadows is what supersedes whether they even made an order or not, but they didn't. They didn't even, I recorded it. They sat there, didn't even roll down their window and try to order, and they sat there with regard to monitoring me. That's what's being accomplished. I do include the details about how the demon-possessed engage in the pattern of conduct, which is just common sense analysis for people who are stalking, even when they are trying to maintain this demeanor, which is only surface level. It cannot stand with regard to substance. There's no substance to it. It's gang stalking. The objective is stalking, and you know that they're doing so with what is the engineered light in an engineered and totally unnatural environment. Okay, so this is Ocean engaging in a sex offense. Molesting my person while she drives into the parking lot of Starbucks, where her headlights driving in any direction, driving whether north or south in the parking lot, where I'm seated on the curb, is not going to result in light traveling on the inside of my thighs. I wouldn't let this overweight female demon touch my thighs with her hands. I wouldn't let her look at my inner thighs. And she's also a sex offender for molesting my inner thighs while she's keeping me under surveillance with the sex offenders of the city of Ontario. Okay, and that is, again, Paul Leon's criminal engagement, Mike Lorenz, all of the city of Ontario that's gang stalking on a ceaseless basis, they are engaging in the criminal conduct with the people of the state. It is currently 5:26 a.m. at 507 North Euclid Avenue. This is P.O.C. All right, the demons of Starbucks gang stalking with the third party that's engaging in surveillance at the Aegis Treatment Center in the parking lot and fleeing the scene, just like LabCorp. The third party gang stalking me at nightfall in the middle of the night and literally stomping on the pressing metal, what do you say, pedal to the metal or metal to the pedal, whatever, stomping on the gas, trying to flee the scene. It's pathetic. Doing so, it's not coincidentally. They know that they're being documented because they are gang stalking, and they're monitoring, knowing exactly what I'm saying, okay, and knowing exactly what my pattern is of documenting stalkers and exposing demons. License CY21F20. That's a paper plate on a Toyota Corolla in the parking lot of Starbucks. And this third-party license plate, an employee, I can't see their license. The third party driving the gray Kia 5, he's gang stalking with Ocean this morning. He's in the parking lot, and then his vehicle is now gone, though. But I want to document he was present with regard to that sex offense, that molestation that I documented Ocean engaging in, while that demon is gang stalking under the guise of not knowing that you're there, but yet engineer light is trailing all of my inner thigh like a sex offender. This third party that with that license plate, the 9QJ, I will include a screenshot in order to accurately document it, but he is engaging in the pattern of conduct with Ocean, and doing so while they're pulling up together in that parking lot. 5Z7H275, I believe, pacing with the city of Ontario through the parking lot. So the demon of in a utility vehicle with flashing light is crossing path at the same time on both sides of my person as I'm walking in the parking lot right now. But the entity is engaging in that, and this third party's vehicle is now gone. License 9MHV520. That is a Starbucks employee. And the entity is again engaged in what is tracking my steps, trying to get around. License 9CGS934. That's a stalker, that's a female. Making a U-turn in the middle of the street, that's pacing. She's doing so in engineered light and tracking my steps, stalking me is what this psychopath is doing. License 9CGS934, a white BMW hatchback. It's at 5:52 a.m. That's a demon, that's stalking, and doing so with regard to what the city of Ontario is doing with the people of the state, a city full of demons who are gang stalking. Okay, doing so on foot, in vehicles, and in aircraft. Okay, it's currently 5:52 a.m. Yeah, they cleared out the parking lot. No other employees other than, well, I don't want to say no other employees, but Ocean and that third-party male. I'm going to recite his license plate right now. He's in the parking lot while Ocean is molesting me. They're molesting together. It's a sex offense. It's a demonic orgy that you did not consent to, that you don't want to be a part of, and they want to engage in a sex offense against you without your will, against your will. It's 5:53 a.m. That is license 8UQJ918, who is in the parking lot as I document Ocean, and whose vehicle is no longer in the parking lot as of 5:53 a.m. This is P.O.C. at 507 North Euclid Avenue. Right, it is July 4th, 2025. It's 5:59 a.m. And as I've been documenting, the entity maintaining diligent light activity, stalking both the City of Ontario and the City of Ontario with third-party merchants, license 7655, 8017482 is a license plate. But merchants is a third-party documented gang stalking in multiple cities and counties. They are stalking in the path with light activity, following me, in other words, maintaining a perimeter. That's the significance of stalking with light. Also molesting a person, maintaining a perimeter of light activity. While they're doing so, the people of the state are gang stalking. And that's also terrorism. While a bunch of stalkers are always following you around with methods of light that's not even naturally occurring at that. In concert with the demons who are the City of Ontario, 87VN 334. 8ZVN 334. License 9TBX 471. Gang stalking with the City of Ontario, maintaining light activity. Understand this so-called parade is massive light activity and relevant positioning. City of Ontario, vehicle 1459925. That's a license plate. Gang stalking with all these people that I'm about to document right now. License 9JOU 715. 5DNK 311. And it's 6 a.m. 9GHE 122, 9FJR 013, 8NXU 677, 9TGH 181, 6SEY 051, 9SXK 914, 9CSP 379, 7WKD 254, 50427X3, 9UBW 586, 9KOZ 266, 9RWJ 141, HZ069, that's handicap, 5WDP499, meeting me at the intersection, stalking, 9JES 103, 9NBX 315, 8UGW 570. This is at E Street and Plum. Criminal monitoring where the people of the state reside. And the entity is maintaining a parade. It's going to be a parade. It's a parade of demons. And it's massive light activity and activity creation. And the reality is that the demons are engaging in monitoring me while they do so under the guise of a 4th of July parade. That's the reality of what's happening. License 98KV 705, 8SYP 858, 7RRZ 333. 9CNR 047, 9PM Z562. L4 979, that's a motorcycle. 9POU 801. 21U1942, that's a motorcycle. 8TKZ 847, 9HJP 149, 8GCP 012, 9LJC 615, 7GUZ 560, license 8GWZ033, I believe. I'll get that in a second. 6FFZ662. 9DTM738. Yeah, that's 8GWZ032. That's a Black Infinity. 8UQJ910. 7DHZ705. 24W4173. That's a motorcycle. 5NVY757, 49135G2. And it's currently 6:04 a.m. 8 TMP 186. This is the people of the state getting them at their facilitating venues, and the people of the state that are participating in this act of terrorism called the 4th of July parade today, which is occurring under a fake sun. It's occurring under the same exact gang stalking that's documented every single day. There is no exception. Every event that the city of Ontario is engaging in is pursuant to criminal monitoring. They are serious federal offenses, acts of terrorism, criminal activity, as I document. The car show on what is that, Euclid Avenue? It's under the fake sun, and I documented that. And the entity is having a car show in Ontario, and it's an annual thing, and it's an act of terrorism. They're all gang stalking, and it's a bunch of demons getting together under a fake sun, engaging in that, and they call it events. They call it all manner of fun titles, and it's the elements of monitoring, and it's absolutely satanic. License 9 EPW 449, Cal Poly Pomona, gang stalking demons, and I documented that institution. They are indeed gang stalkers. That's a corrupt institution. 9 CNR 047, maintaining activity as I'm walking down the street. 7 FTC 409, and this is third party facilitating venue 508 and 510. 508 and 510, 512, because I'm going to get that address. 508, 510, 512. You can't hear any train. They're monitoring. Again, license 9CNR 047, running out of their home to get in the vehicle, which is activity creation crossing path 7NTG 371. This is the people of the state at third party facilitating venue 510 Plum Avenue. 510, 512, 508 Plum Avenue in Ontario, California. Gang stalking where you live. It's a means of the federal government to know exactly who you are. License plate 9TBX 471. It is currently 6:06 a.m. And I read, in case I did not, 7NTG 371, 9 PMZ 562. Just want to make sure I get those. All I'm doing, understand, is walking down the street because my purpose of my documentation is also to embarrass the demons who are gang stalking. So I will publicly pronounce you as a sex offender and a stalker and a terrorist, because that's what they are, that's what they're doing. And I do so because a prosecution of a state, for example, is not necessarily going to identify individuals, not in a manner that I find satisfactory and sufficient. All right. So I am naming as many people as I can, documenting as many people, because it becomes a part of the record and the whole world's going to be able to see my documentation. All right. The government that's keeping you under surveillance doesn't have any privacy. This is the entity exploiting the constitutional rights when you don't even have any privacy and they're violating yours. Those delusional psychopaths are exactly what's being prosecuted. All right. So that's why I also do that. I want you to know the neighborhoods. I want you to know the positions that they hold. I want you to know how they live their life. Satan is maintaining a nuclear family with 2 kids, 2.5 kids, and a doctor and an at-home wife, and they're all demons gang stalking. I want you to see that. You need to know that. 9JES 103. And I'm not saying that they're all those quote, and that's not picture perfect, by the way, but that sort of ideal appearance on the surface level. They're not all like that. Many of them are gang stalking homeless people. You would think you would have more things to worry about than gang stalking me. But this is understanding. That's also how you're understanding this is demonic. These demons are prioritizing me rather than their own life, including while you're being removed from office, prosecuted, disbanded, removed from position, given an unprecedented criminal record for terrorism, a sex offender, and still stalking. 8SYP858, 8VPE055. These are demons. So this is criminal conduct that's being prosecuted, but these are demons. There's no rational thinking here. They're demons. 9GSU113, 6EWZ484. 88741B3. 44676J3. 8KZA429, 7SGW661. And I probably read this one. Read again. 9HPC948, just in case. The entity is maintaining criminal surveillance with the whole city of Ontario. I do, and I have very often went on through and documented neighborhoods, okay? Addresses, and this is how you know that they're all gang stalking. License 9HOS644. Not coincidentally at the intersection as I arrive. Stalking, knowing who I am, tracking my steps. It's the same thing when I'm in the bathroom. It's the same thing when I'm walking toward the bathroom. It's the same thing when I'm indisposed in the bathroom. Sex offenders. Understand that level of sexual violence. That's not just one stalker that's following around from place to place and does not know what you're doing in a bathroom. Those are demons that are monitoring your every move and know exactly what you're doing, even while they don't share a bathroom stall with you. And the proof of that knowledge, which you can prosecute, federal government, you can prosecute based on proof of that knowledge as they engage in the elements of monitoring, okay? Because you can't prosecute based on intuitive knowledge. You can prosecute based on facts. The pattern of conduct is underway in the bathroom. License 43443L3. License 7RNF822. License 8RHF324. 7C89787083004S1. 7NVT003. It's 6:11 a.m. The entity has engineered light all over the property as though the sun is rising here. 13832N1. It's not the sun, it's the fake sun in alignment to me. With regard to everybody that it is documented, this entire neighborhood, the city of Ontario, is gang stalking. That's criminal surveillance, and it's exposing to you a city full of terrorists, sex offenders, psychopaths that are engaging in criminal monitoring in the U.S. That's the bigger picture. And that's what the Lord does not want to be a secret anymore. You need to know them. You need to know them by what they do. You need to know them by the environment that they do it in. You need to know them by what they want you to think about them. They're always basing it on how they look, how they behave. With regard to you're not paying attention, because how they behave is not just based on them saying hi to you every morning and being nice and bringing you cupcakes for no reason. How they behave, really, what they're doing when they think nobody is aware of it, like monitoring. All right, the entity is gang stalking. That is police. But again, these cowards don't want me to document. Oh, it's so funny. But that's the police crossing path at the gas station. I already got CHP gang stalking me at Chevron at 506 North Euclid Avenue. I have the Ontario Police gang stalking 5 hours later under the same fake sun at Chevron at 506 North Euclid Avenue. The entity is maintaining a fake sun as I document, and all the people of the state are gang stalking with the police that are engaging in that. So showing you the police is the entity engaging in what is a threat, because I just went through and documented all those demons in the neighborhood. Understand what the rationale behind what these predictable and imbecilic demons engage in, and it's pathetic because they're fleeing the scene. Okay, stomping on the gas because they don't want me to document. They're scared of me documenting them. They're scared of being exposed. And that boat has already sailed. It sailed off and it blew up in the middle of the river. They're gang stalking me in front of the whole world. In front of the world, they're gang stalking. This is, again, mental illness. Mental illness, and not that it's not speaking to, well, you should only be targeting somebody if you know that it's a secret. You shouldn't be targeting anybody for any reason. But it is relevant to how sick and delusional these demons are, that they're doing it in front of everybody. And it's supposed to be a secret system. It's supposed to make somebody else look like they're imagining things. And these demons look like they are obsessed psychopaths, obsessed with my vagina. City of Ontario gang stalking 1621021 and 1674726 at the Starbucks where I'm headed back to. This is what the Ontario Police Department did as I'm coming from Starbucks to the Open Family Community Library at 1:07 p.m. under the fake sun.
Being at the venue where I'm headed before I get there, that's the conduct of stalkers under the fake sun and stalking with light activity. All right, this is the entity that's, again, mentally disturbed. All mentally ill psychopaths working for the municipality are going to be removed from position. The gang stalker himself, Paul Leon, is being removed from position while the municipality is engaged in criminal surveillance. And the municipality is a sex offender monitoring my vagina as well. Okay, this is P.O.C. And everybody that I just documented in the neighborhood are monitoring with these sex offenders. That's a P.O.C. It's currently 6:14 a.m. All right, where the City of Ontario is gang stalking with light activity and a parade is no diversion from the same P.O.C. Remember, Starbucks is the same venue where Impossible Light is both on the sidewalk outside and on the inside, flat on the ground, where the demon-possessed are gang stalking through the corrupt business practices of Starbucks. This is where the City of Ontario is providing light activity. Don't forget about the documentation, everything that they're surrounded by, while a bunch of sex offenders who have an ignorant level of audacity provide evidence against Paul Leon, okay? Gang stalking mayors aren't staying in office. Gang stalking mayors that hire demons, terrorists, sex offenders are not staying in office. This is the same entity you'll see under the fake sun that's in alignment while you see these two demons. They're exhibiting demon possession while you see the flashing of light. It's relevant. The context is the specific environment where the fake sun is still at this same Starbucks where they're ordering a drink in the specific environment, which remains 12 hours later. That's what's relevant about Paul Leon's employees of the municipality gang stalking, engaging what is criminal facilitation. That's a separate charge. Not only gang stalking, but facilitation of it. That's again license 1621021. You'll see the image, that's vehicle 5590. And Ocean is inside gang stalking with the City of Ontario, just like she is when the Ontario is flying over by airplane. And there's no terminals over here. And just like when the City of Ontario is gang stalked by helicopter, and doing so as a matter of a pattern with regard to obvious levels of stalking by the Ontario Police Department while I'm at this same Starbucks, the entity is engaging in all manner of corruption by the municipality that's going to be prosecuted. They're stalking in the path with regard to what is a feckless effort. You're not threatening a federal prosecutor. You're being documented because this entity is going to be literally destroyed with regard to the levels of corruption. The entire city council is full of demons. Alan D. Wapner and Paul Leon, to name. The rest of them are gang stalking. Every City of Ontario venue are engaging in the P.O.C. That's the Ovid Family Community Library. Documentation of the fake sun from morning until evening. Documentation of the fake sun with regard to the entity gang stalking by the airport, gang stalking by the municipality, gang stalking by the police department, gang stalking by the fire department. The entity is engaging in what is public corruption, and it is obvious and fully supported with evidence. And the City of Ontario's engagement and targeting me and the evidence of it is creating what is a template for you to understand how every city in California engages in the pattern of conduct. That's what these demons provide when they're stalking in the path right in front of my face to document and put it right on the internet. And it's incriminating the demons that are at Starbucks right now, which you already know they're stalking. P.O.C. It's 6:17 a.m. Good morning. Yeah, that's Patty. And the fake sun's in alignment to me, so let me capture that. All right, that's relevant again. The people of the state are gang stalking with the City of Ontario, 508 Plum Avenue. In Ontario, California, 510 Plum Avenue. In Ontario, California, 512 Plum Avenue. In Ontario, California, and maintaining light activity all around, which is the ongoing indicator of that pattern of conduct. The entity is engaging in that P.O.C. with knowledge that it's being documented. The people of the state are gang stalking where they live. It's not just going to be the fire department, the police department, the city hall. The people of the state are going to be prosecuted at their third-party facilitating venues where the same specific environment is maintained and present. All right, while you're living in engineered light, the entity is engaging in that P.O.C. of surveillance with that government, with knowledge and intent. All right, it is currently 6:18 a.m. at 507 North Euclid Avenue, while the City of Ontario is maintaining light activity under the same exact circumstances. The parade is the name of a title that they're giving, gang stalking that the City of Ontario is committing today. P.O.C. All right, license 5DDE 101. Targeting at the Aegis Treatment Center, stalking in the path in a large green SUV. And engaging in what is surveillance. And at the moment that I I'm at the opposite end of the parking lot. Okay, so why you would be assuming and Well, why you would be engaging in fleeing the scene at the moment that I start walking, that's relevant to the specific environment and the surveillance that the people of the state are engaging in. The moment that I just start walking, I mean, I could be walking back to the TABOR Professional Building, but these demons know that I'm going to document. And that's not based on my stating, wait, stand still, let me get your license plate. I don't say anything to them. I don't address them, just like they don't say anything to me and they don't address me when they're engaging in terrorism with impossible light, like the old couple you'll see in the images exiting the cafe, talking to the Starbucks employees, being so polite and gracious to each other and engaging in terrorism at the same time, exiting, which is never going to result in light appearing at the opposite end of the cafe, not swiping on the floor, but appearing through the air on the wall, stalking with light. That's, again, the outward demonstration of malice. Psychopathic conduct is not based on how you are acting alone. It's based on, again, this psychopathic conduct is examined, it's realized, it's observed based on what the demon-possessed understand or believe that you're not aware of. That's when you're going to see that psychopath. It's like Ted Bundy that's engaging in what is murdering people, but you don't know that. You see a charming, handsome guy on the surface. That's that psychopath that's engaging in gang stalking, okay? And that's Satan. That's the spirit of Satan. It's not going to be based on the fact that you've never been late to work. It's based on the fact that you're stalking under a fake sun with impossible light activity and furtherance of targeting another person that the entity is altogether seeking to murder and kidnap and defame their character. That's a psychopath. Okay, and it's a sex offender while they do so in bathrooms, and that's the truth regarding the honest assessment of one's character and the ability for them, in other words, having the ability to engage in such targeting conduct is not going to be based on where they work and what title they hold. Look at Paul Leon. He's being removed from office and he's exposed as a sex offender. He's exposed as a corrupt public official. He's exposed as a fake pastor as well, while gang stalking is happening on his watch. You're not ignorant about what the municipality is doing. You're not ignorant about what the police department is doing. You're not ignorant about what the fire department is doing and what the Ontario International Airport is doing. He's also aware of it while he is a false teacher at a fake church that I'm documenting in relevant position off of Belmont and Euclid Avenue under the fake sun, where the entity is stalking me with commercial planes like Delta Airlines at that same intersection. He's not ignorant about that, and that's how you're assessing the genuine character with regard to psychopaths who are engaging in the satanic system of federal group stalking and monitoring. Okay, it's currently 6:24 a.m. License 5 DDE 101 is this male. Looks like he's wearing a beanie. He tries very hard to speed off and avoid being documented. I do capture his license plate, and this is the same thing that LabCorp engaged in last night, where the moment that I get up from my seated position and this demon, the trunk, the door closes, and these demons are fleeing. Whether they flee or not, it's relevant that they're fleeing, because that's fleeing in the specific environment with the police that stalk. Everybody is gang stalking, but whether they flee or not, because this is what the demons do. I document this, and then they call themselves rebutting the evidence. While they don't flee, they stand there like an idiot while I get all manner of images and video of them. They're gang stalking in the same exact specific environment. Satan has no way of rebutting the direct evidence based on, again, what they're relying on, some superficial appearance which is legally irrelevant. Whether you smile, whether you frown, whether you flip me off under the fake sun, you're being prosecuted as a demon-possessed gang stalker. And it's also relevant to diagnosing your sick, depraved mindset, which is a threat to yourself and other people. All right, but I just want to point that out. That's the pattern that the demons engage in while they listen to me document and expose them, while they're still obsessively stalking and monitoring my vagina. All right, it's currently 6:25 a.m. at 507 North Euclid Avenue. This is ongoing terrorism that Patty's engaging in. So that's her license plate, the blue vehicle that I documented. And the Ocean, she's the white Toyota Tacoma, molesting my inner thighs with impossible light. In doing so while the entity's maintaining amplified audible activity inside of the venue. And this terrorist, Amelia, is crossing path, entering into the venue now to engage in the pattern of conduct with the City of Ontario. That's maintaining an act of terrorism and calling it a July 4th parade. This is a parade of demons. This is actually very dark what the entity is engaging in. They're doing it under the fake sun. So you're going to see what is thousands of people all together with regard to what I'm documenting every day. Thousands of people all together that are pacing on Euclid Avenue with impossible light inside of the cafe. Those people are going to be lined up in order to document. You see many demons all together engaging in that P.O.C. The same exact P.O.C. This is the population of demons that are stalking with impossible light. And it's nothing different. All right, it's currently 6:26 a.m. P.O.C. All right, Amelia, Ocean, Patty, and the third party with, again, that license plate who left. This morning he was a part of the molestation, but he is back, and again, his license plate, let me read it again. I'm just gonna have to note it so I can keep referring to it because he's heavily documented and gave you the P.O.C. License 8UQJ918. These are the demons that are gang stalking inside of the cafe. Engineer light is manifesting on the inside of the building. That's not sunlight, and neither is this the sun that's still here 12 hours later, even after 12 hours later at 7:26 on video. This is the entity that is gang stalking and facilitating gang stalking. This is where the city of Ontario is in front of the building. Those two vehicles stalking with light activity, facilitating, and it's also, you're also legally analyzing that. That's a threat by the entity. Crossing path with the city of Ontario who's stalking with light, and the entity crosses path with a demon that's on a motorcycle that doesn't want to be documented, okay? Because he's not going to drive in front of me for me to get that license plate and put them on the internet. The police are already embarrassed about everything that I put on the internet about them, and they're engaging in gang stalking me at a distance as much as they can. In addition to that, it's after I'm documenting the neighborhood, and I'm going to include that in the podcast description because this neighborhood is engaged in criminal monitoring, and it's evident through what is the impossible light inside of the cafe. You'll see my shadow upright on the wall. That's not the product of sunlight, and you also see shadows on my shadow of my hand on the seat and also on the floor. As I hold up my cell phone, you'll see two shadows of a cell phone. That's not sunlight. That's not a shadow resulting from sunlight, and also sunlight that's creating one shadow is not going to create two on the ground, one on the seat, and another one above on the wall. This is engineer light, where Ocean, Patty, and Amelia, and this third party 8UQJ918 are gang stalking inside of the venue. Starbucks is engaging in what is the corrupt business practices relevant to what is a racketeering. They're in violation of Title 18. Section 22618, subsections 1 and 2, including while this sex offender molests my inner thighs with impossible light activity as she's gang stalking me specifically in the parking lot. All right, and the city of Ontario is incriminating Starbucks. They're aiding in the case, the RICO case against Starbucks, not helping. It is currently 6:33 a.m. The city of Ontario enters. You've seen them stalking with engineer light under the fake sun. You see them stalking at Woodside Senior Apartments under the fake sun where they're emptying the garbage. You see them gang stalking at the Ovid Family Community Library under the fake sun. This is the municipality engaging in that pattern of conduct, not coincidentally, as I refer to these facts right now. License 1592077. Coming in and purchasing a drink is relevant to the RICO case against Starbucks. Everything that they're doing is damning, and I'm going to prosecute. This is public corruption by the entity acting directly and vicariously. This is P.O.C. The light activity is relevant to the city of Ontario coming in and purchasing a drink from Starbucks at 507 North Euclid Avenue, who's gang stalking. It's currently 6:34 a.m. P.O.C. All right, big picture analysis is you're going to look at the evidence against the state of California and third parties who are relevant. It's relevant to a prosecution for RICO. What Starbucks is doing is what every business in the city of Ontario and what the state of California is doing, and it is engaging in criminal surveillance with the state. What you will see the evidence of, for example, if you isolate the P.O.C., which you don't need to, but you can because it's very illustrative when you do that. You'll see the municipality gang stalking under the fake sun and an engineer light at the Starbucks. You'll see the Ontario Police Department gang stalking under the fake sun at the Starbucks at 507 North Euclid Avenue. You'll see the Ontario Fire Department gang stalking at the Starbucks at 507 North Euclid Avenue. You'll see the Ontario International Airport gang stalking at the Starbucks at 507 North Euclid Avenue under the fake sun, and you will see a duration of time which is speaking to the crime scene, which is Starbucks. And every employee that includes right now the sex offenders Amelia, Ocean, and again this third party whose license plate is heavily relevant while he's engaging in systematic monitoring, which is relevant for federal prison, and the prosecution for Starbucks, the corporation, and each one of these demons that are working for the company, engaging in state surveillance and furtherance of murder and kidnapping, 8UQJ918. They're doing so with the people of the state, who you will see maintaining presence inside of this venue under a fake sun from the beginning until the end of the day as well. Doing so in engineer light, both during the day and at nightfall, because the lighting inside, like I'm documenting, with the multiple hands, the shadow of my hands, the shadow of my hand above on the seating and then on the floor, multiple shadows on the floor. This is where the people of the state, as you document them, maintaining presence in the scene, at the crime scene, which is Starbucks at 507 North Euclid Avenue. That's where you will also see the same pattern of conduct shared by the government. License 1592077 is adding evidence to that inevitable RICO prosecution of the state that's engaging in the criminal surveillance system, which is relevant to public corruption. Okay, it's currently 6:40 a.m. This is P.O.C. at 507 North Euclid Avenue. This is the entity gang stalking by, looks like, Another psychopath of the Ontario Police under the fake sun. This is P.O.C. Ocean, Amelia, and license 8UQG918, gang stalking with the entity, engaging in the obvious elements of monitoring, including with the demons that are stalking by the Ontario Police Department, walking inside of the venue, not a distraction, ongoing further incriminating conduct. The City of Ontario altogether, gang stalking at this venue is the prosecution for the RICO against Starbucks, the corporation. This is P.O.C. You want to pay attention to bearing weapons and engineer light. Good morning. Are you with the Ontario Police?
Yes, I am.
Do you have a badge number? Look at that face.
80351.
Thank you. This is 80351. What's your name?
Jason Dumont.
Jason Dumont?
Yep.
Are you like a corporal or something, or
I'm a lieutenant.
a lieutenant?
Yeah.
That's good to know. This is the specific environment, and this is the engineer light that corporal is in. This is engineer light. He is monitoring, and he enters in monitoring with Ocean. This is the POC. Hi.
Erica,
Yeah.
I cannot be videoing in my store, okay? It's against our policy. So no
Is that-
recording.
Where's that policy at? I'm not recording you.
Who?
I'm getting the environment.
But Starbucks, you can't record.
Okay. This is while this light activity is inside, I cannot record.
No. And you also can't leave your stuff unattended. You gotta make sure you
Yeah, I'm not going anywhere.
Okay.
Thank you. This is while they're engaging in gang stalking with the police. So I want you to understand how the entity engages in that on purpose. Ocean's engaging in what is an obvious means of harassment and then anticipating documentation. That's the Ontario Police. That's engaging in crossing path and inside of the venue. And then stating under the fake sun, that's the government that's targeting you, telling you not to document. That's documentation with the police that are stalking by helicopter every day. And engineer light. That's POC. And that's engineer light that Jason is gang stalking in. This is the same light activity you have? At 7 in the morning. Yeah, not including the vehicle is not here, but I want you to see the fake sun. This is the entity engaging in that Ocean planning to come and tell, oh, you cannot document, or no, excuse me, he doesn't use the word document, you can't record. This is the entity that's gang stalking. This is the same thing that Tracy Banks is doing while she's targeting inside of her apartment. I'm engaging in documented acts of assault and battery while she's engaging in what is seeking to obstruct justice with the same Ontario Police Department. They're being disbanded. Okay, that's POC, and Jason's going to federal prison. POC. Excuse me. Alrighty, this is the entity that's keeping the fake sun 12 hours later, where the entity that is engaging in what is a federal RICO case is engaging in what is obstruction of justice with knowledge that they're being documented. And that is also an impermissible threat. Ocean is molesting me with impossible light this morning, and this sex offender that's monitoring with the Ontario Police is engaging in what is a documented act of obstruction of justice. This is POC at 507 Euclid Avenue, where the fake sun is still here 12 hours later, and that same police department stalking by helicopter at this same venue together monitoring. POC. All right, the video you just listened to, this is video evidence of the entity that's engaging in arriving in person. Remember what it is that I'm documenting. I'm specifically noting how the police are embarrassed, which they are. That's why they kept repeatedly making my podcast on June 11, 2025 private after I published it, because they're embarrassed by the documentation of them stalking and the way in which the Ontario Police Department are not only criminals and corrupt, but they're incompetent and they're unintelligent, and they not only can't spell Constitution, they disregard it, okay? But this is the department enters in the venue relevant to what it is that I document. So psychopathic behavior at play with regard to criminal conduct, with regard to consequences, and still focusing on trying to challenge what I'm stating. There's no challenge. It's criminal conduct that I'm going to prosecute for.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I'm just guys, once you guys in here, if you guys aren't buying.
Okay. Why are you telling me that?
Huh?
Why are you telling me that?
It's because they asked you to leave and then they said.
They did not ask me to leave.
Okay, well, I'm letting you know. They don't want you in there anymore.
Why?
You're not a customer. If you're not a customer, you can't sign.
Okay.
Policies.
How do you know that I'm not a customer? First of all, let me get your name.
Rachel.
Okay, because I could have got up and purchased something, which is what they typically do, but I want to get your name and information. The same Ontario Police Department, L. Edwards. And what's your badge number, L. Edwards?
First off, are you going to leave it?
I can get up and purchase something right now. Are you telling me that I can't?
No, you can do that.
Okay, so I don't know you any information. And the fact that they sent you over here when their employees just looked at me and could have told me the same thing, like they do every other day. But because Ontario Police, are you trying to make a point because I said you guys are embarrassed about the documentation that's on the internet? L. Edwards? You know, of course you don't in the engineered environment. What's your badge number then?
Listen,
What's your badge number? You're a public servant, aren't you?
yes.
So, and you're here serving them, right? So what's your badge number?
Okay. Are you going to leave this room?
I can get up and get a drink, can I not? You don't want to give me your badge number? L. Edwards? This is the same Ontario Police Department coming in at the, supposedly at the request of the Starbucks. When I'm sitting here and I can order a drink, and I want to be clear, all the other gang stalkers that don't order anything all day long, they don't say anything to them, but when I speak and refer to a federal RICO case, this is, yes.
So, get up and purchase something.
I am. I understand that. I want to know who called you. Ocean?
Yes.
Ocean called you. What's your badge number?
It's 2183.
2183? 2183?
882.
Oh, 21883. L. Edwards. Okay, thank you. So you're here to make sure that I purchase something, right?
Either.
And if not,
You purchase something, but they don't want you in there. So either you be a customer.
so this is criminal summoning. Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
Trespassing. Yeah.
No, it's not a trespass.
If they ask you to leave and you don't,
Yeah.
you trespass.
No, it's not a trespass when you're engaged in criminal surveillance, but I want to get this. They have a pattern of this. I will go ahead and get that, but you're a public servant, so I want to document. They have a history of harassment and calling you in particular, and you had a disdain for identifying yourself, so I need to make sure I enforce my rights and document. L. Edwards, 288, I'm sorry, your badge number again? 2883? 2883, isn't it missing a digit? Okay, 2883, and Starbucks asked you to come over here and tell me in the specific environment, pay attention, while they're harassing, to come and purchase a drink or they want me to leave.
They want you to leave. If you refuse to leave, you'll be arrested.
Yeah, why do they, that's a threat to engage in kidnapping, and it's audible activity while he's monitoring, and it's why do they want me to leave? Why do I have to leave as opposed to everybody else?
They ask you to leave. Their business.
Yeah.
They ask you to leave. And you
For no reason?
listen, you have to be a customer in market.
Yeah, and I can get up and purchase right now, which I can. I'm encountering you first. Why would they want me to leave for no reason? You have no idea? You're only what?
It's part of their policies, I guess. I mean,
To just pick any customer to leave?
and they're refusing to leave, so that's what they're doing.
Oh, okay. So I just want to document that. This is in the specific environment, all right? And this is an entity that's engaged in what is threatening to kidnap. This is relevant to a federal RICO case. The ongoing intent to engage in obstruction of justice, and L. Edwards is supposed to be intimidating me while they're engaged in gang stalking together. Amelia, you didn't say she called you. It wasn't Brian. It wasn't Patty. It was Ocean. Ocean is the manager who's monitoring with all of the entity that's in Engineer Light right now. Okay, it's currently, do you know the time, sir? Yeah, 7:16 a.m. All right, and this is the department that's again engaging in also harassment, engaging in criminal summoning, that's federal prison while you're engaged in criminal surveillance. It's currently 7:16 a.m. What about him? He hasn't made a purchase yet.
Right there. What do you mean?
Oh, he's got water?
No, there's no thing to find right there.
Oh, okay. He's got a bag of food. Okay. And they told you that I didn't make a purchase? Oh, okay.
They asked you to leave and you just refused to leave.
No, they did not ask me to leave. Okay, yeah, it wasn't a request to leave. They didn't tell me to leave. And so, but
Well,
you're,
I'm requesting you now on behalf of them.
if I don't make a purchase or what? What's the contingency? What's the contingency?
Well, if you refuse to leave, you'd be arrested for trespass.
That's a threat for, this is all audible activity. I'm stating, is it contingent on making a purchase?
Well, it's up to them if they want to serve you or not now. If they don't want to serve you, and they just ask you to leave. And then at that point, they just want you to leave.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and speak with Ocean. Okay, thank you. This is P.O.C. and the other one was Jason in Engineer Light. This is Saul, Amelia, and Ocean. This is P.O.C. This is monitoring pursuant to criminal summoning, so it's all still monitoring, and it's harassment while they're again engaging in what is a federal RICO case. And the more that you document, the more damning, the more fearful the demons are, the more harassment they engage in. And this is the same 507 Euclid Avenue. They're sitting in the evidence. They're monitoring right now. This is P.O.C. Hi, you asked me to leave? Yes. You did not make a request for me to leave. You said that you didn't. Now you are? Why would you? Okay. I'm going to speak with her in a second. I'm sorry, go ahead. I am doing that. I'm letting you know what I'm doing. This is a threat. All of this is a threat. This is the entity stalking at the Starbucks in helicopter. This is the entity gang stalking inside of the venue with Corey Watson kidnappers. Hi.
Hi. So I told you we can't record. We can't
Right.
do that. This is the second time you're recording in my store.
No, I'm
And so-
recording him right now.
Well, but you can't record in Starbucks.
Right.
So if you record
So
him, it just can't be in the
after
store.
you told me that, what happened?
I just called so that we can have you taken out.
But that wasn't a request to leave, though.
So
You
I'm
said you don't
requesting
want
you
me
to
to
leave
record.
now. Mhm.
Yeah. So what happened in between? You said don't
Well, I
record,
had-
and I said that's okay.
You just want her gone? Okay. If she doesn't want to leave,
But there was a request. You
last
said
chance.
don't. Can I finish his sentence?
last chance. Are you gonna leave? Yes or no?
Can I finish a sentence? Why can't we have a civil
Because I'm
conversation?
asking you to leave.
Even if she's harassing me and I want to document that. So you're going to allow somebody to harass, and you're here to enforce harassment, right?
I'm either enforced.
To enforce harassment when I'm asking her, when she asked me, she made a request, and there wasn't a request to leave. I'm leaving.
No, you're not.
Yes, I
No, you're
am.
not.
Why are you taking my phone? You're here enforcing kidnapping. I hope you know you're going to federal prison. Just to let you know that. And it's not helping with the federal case. This is what you've been doing the entire time. Make sure you stop my camera. All right, it is currently 12:51 p.m. Documentation, first of all, of kidnapping, and this is relevant to a federal RICO case against the corporation Starbucks, who engaged in what is criminal summoning based on real-time documentation that the entity is keeping under surveillance, and then engaging what I documented, which is the Ocean, who's the manager at the third-party facilitating venue, Starbucks at 507 North Euclid Avenue, where the entity is keeping the fake sun over that Starbucks at the same time, where I'm capturing it right here. And this is West Valley Detention Center. First of all, this is the fake sun right over me, and this is the entity that is engaging in gang stalking, recognized by the supernatural environment. This is not over Tracy Banks's apartment, where San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department is gang stalking by going to unit number 48, while the fake sun is remaining over me. This is not over 333 North Euclid Avenue, the U.S. Bank, where the Ontario Police Department is gang stalking at 12:51 p.m. while UPS is stalking in the path with flashing light activity. While I'm coming from Starbucks, where the entity keeps that fake sun when I remain at that venue from sunrise until sunset as well. And as I've been documenting gang stalking, criminal monitoring by the City of Ontario, the State of California, with that third-party venue, and the third-party Ocean is engaging in what is criminal summoning, and this is with the intent to obstruct justice, and recognizing when the entity engages in kidnapping, which is what L. Edwards and Escobar engaged in, the entity arrives with substantial police activity presence as well. This is what the entity has historically engaged in every time they kidnap me, and they're engaging in what is kidnapping pursuant to making up charges, making up an offense, and the entity will engage in very heavy presence when I am the least violent. This is again demonic, and it's the entity. Actually, these are demons that are engaged in a celebratory, and they're all monitoring as well while they engage in these kidnappings. But I just want to be clear: the entity has heavy presence at the Starbucks, where Ocean, Patty, Amelia, the 8UQJ918, the third party gang stalking that male with the gray Kia K5, Brian, are engaged in criminal summoning and kidnapping together. And they're doing so in the specific environment that fills the Starbucks, where, again, these demons of the Ontario Police that are heavily documented targeting me at Starbucks at 507 North Euclid Avenue, sharing no sky space, where the sun's not going to be over me at a West Valley Detention Center at the same time. And I want you to, in the images you'll see before I capture this video, you'll see the state flying over my head in a commercial plane as well. This is Shannon Dykes' identification of his engagement in criminal monitoring, which is relevant to kidnapping. Okay, the entity is literally kidnapping with inmates, kidnapping with the San Bernardino County demons that are engaging in what is criminal defamation, the so-called behavioral health personnel, the people of the state that are present at the venue. This is the pattern of conduct while the fake sun is remaining over me at one of the state facilitating venues, which is West Valley Detention Center. This is off of Etiwanda and San Bernardino Avenue, and the entity is engaging. It's relevant to the federal RICO case. It's relevant to the damning evidence that I'm capturing, and the entity is engaging in what is harassment and then kidnapping. When I ask Ocean why it is that she opted to call the police to ask me to buy food rather than asking me whether I would buy food at the Starbucks this morning, which is what they're typically specifically doing, using the police as a means of threatening and also having me removed from the venue, which the entity is very fearful of because of the level of my documentation about gang stalking at that venue. That's an unlawful act of obstruction, which the people of the state are always engaging in. This is exactly what Tracy Banks engaged in on May 29th, 2025, okay? It is currently 12:55 p.m. And this is the entity keeping the fake sign nowhere near 507 North Euclid Avenue. And the entity is clearly and blatantly engaging in that because they just want me to be removed from documenting them even any further. But they have already proven to be engaging in the pattern of conduct of criminal surveillance. And this was a clear additional act of obstruction, which is also relevant to an admission to gang stalking me, okay? The ongoing inexplicable targeting method of calling the police as opposed to just asking me. And this is then through the police that are maintaining an inconsistent narrative about what they were told and why they were there, why they were even necessary to be there. And this is the entity doing so. Remember the arrest in the video that I'm capturing, it's gang stalking with the Ontario police in that specific environment. And everything that was stated, even as I'm documenting, asking Ocean questions about why she would have the police called and ask me to leave the venue after I have not further, to her knowledge, engaged in any more recording, like she stated, under the fake sun with the Ontario police. That is all documentation of federal group stalking and monitoring, engaging in what is harassment, engaging in what is intimidation, threatening conduct while the police are monitoring as well, and then engaging in what is kidnapping. That was all the P.O.C. while that kidnapping was underway. Okay, it is currently 12:57 p.m. This is the entity engaging in monitoring, and it's not different from what's happening at Woodside Senior Apartments. All right, it's not different from what's happening at Starbucks, where the entity is maintaining the elements of monitoring under the fake sun. And it is not better. It's incriminating that Shannon Dykes's state facilitating venue is a part of that pattern of conduct, which is what I've already testified to in my documentation, that the entity kept the fake sun all day long and engineer light all day long every time I was kidnapped at this venue and at every other venue, Central Detention Center, Glen Helen Rehabilitation Center, keeping fake suns over Shannon Dykes's facilitating venue, where he is engaged in targeting and criminal defamation pursuant to a fake conservatorship that Tracy Banks and the state conspired to use to steal property from me. All right, and that's relevant context regarding San Bernardino County's ongoing criminal efforts to defame, which I've also published in all of the kidnappings that they've engaged in. That's the relevant context, the secret conservatorship, the fraudulent marriage, and exactly what I stated, the fake sun that remained over me inside of the venue where the entity engaged in kidnapping. 9TXG715. This is P.O.C. at West Valley Detention Center. This is P.O.C. Let me show you that. All right, I do want to document again. You have Ocean, Brian, Amelia, Patty, and the male employee's license plate 8UQJ918 engaging in kidnapping with the Ontario Police Department, and Starbucks, the corporation, engaged in kidnapping and doing so with the intent to obstruct justice. And as you can also see in the video that you just listened to, the fake sun engaged in a grand departure from remaining over that Starbucks, remaining on, remember, Euclid Avenue, because it's been rising and setting on that street, going no farther than 0.4 miles. And as the entity commits kidnapping, the entity is indeed kidnapping under the fake sun, which is where Shannon Dykes is exposed as being engaged in the state system, which is demonic. This is exposing public corruption, where the entity is engaging in what is gang stalking. Remember, gang stalking is a term of art. Gang stalking is about what's happening in the environment and those that are in that environment engaging in what is surveillance, which is demonic. And engineer light under a fake sun, which is exactly what I've already stated is the case. Capturing the fake sun over me at Woodside Senior Apartments is relevant to what is impossible to be in the natural environment when it's remaining over the Open Family Community Library to what is the Starbucks, and that's as of June 2024, post the kidnapping on May 29th, remember, because the entity was keeping the fake sun from sunrise till sunset over Woodside Senior Apartment, specifically Tracy Banks's apartment. And if that's the sun over the Ontario Police Department at 1:07 p.m. at Open Family Community Library, then it would not be over West Valley Detention Center, 9CTY379, and I would not see it over my head. And you also have the pattern of flying right over my head in a plane, which I captured in images, as I am at West Valley Detention Center, and the fake sun is directly over the top of my head. Shannon Dykes, as I've already stated, is engaged in the criminal pattern of conduct, which his demon-possessed deputies have already been documented and proven as, and the fake sun being over the venue where I'm kidnapped today by Starbucks. engaging in criminal summoning pursuant to surveillance of the evidence against them, and that is the explanation, the context between the inexplicable targeting and going from asking me whether I'm going to buy something, and then just summoning the police there to ask me to buy something, and then just asking me to leave altogether. So there's a rapid escalation of what was trying to have me removed based on the contingency of purchasing something, then to just leave altogether, and then an inability to ask about this inexplicable treatment and the necessity of calling the police when there is no pre-existing controversy, but for the entity aware of the fact that they're being documented and very hostile and fearful. This is the criminal conduct that the entity engages in when they're keeping your evidence under surveillance, and they know exactly about things that they're scared of, like a federal RICO, as I'm documenting and I'm surrounding them with evidence regarding a prosecution, and that evidence includes kidnapping. All right, again, these third parties engaging in kidnapping with the intent to obstruct justice while they're gang stalking and then engaging in the ongoing pattern of conduct, calling in the demons of the Ontario police who are adding to the case against Starbucks. And like I said earlier, you are recognizing the specific environment which is relevant for prosecuting the Starbucks Corporation and this particular venue and these third parties, Ocean, Brian, Amelia, Patty, this male employee with license 8UQJ918, based on documentation of the City of Ontario at that same specific environment, Starbucks at 507 North Euclid Avenue, the Ontario Fire Department, the Ontario Police Department, the Ontario International Airport, and the Ontario and the municipality present at that venue under the fake sun from sunrise until sunset. That's the City of Ontario gang stalking with Starbucks. And as I documented that, more and more demon-possessed gang stalkers of the Ontario Police entered that venue today, and doing so also while I referred to the fact that those demons are embarrassed by the evidence that I publish on the internet. Coming in and engaging in what is a threat in the face of an American citizen is just like being at the venue of Ovid Family Community Library upon my arrival, and engaging in what is gang stalking and doing so, pursuant to real-time knowledge also that you're documenting, and doing so exhibiting impunity and malice. The entity goes further while engaging in what is a kidnapping facilitated by that venue, which is Starbucks. This is what Starbucks engaged in today. I'm going to document the entity that's gang stalking at Shannon Dykes' facilitating venue of West Valley Detention Center, crossing path into the fake sun, the exact same pattern of conduct, license 9PCP361. They are gang stalking with the kidnappers, the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, who are engaged in state surveillance. They are engaged in what is this matter of public corruption, targeting with the civilian population, engaging in what is the corrupt practices of the gang stalking courthouses that I've documented as well, including Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court, who has no legitimate authority under the law, engaging in state surveillance, documenting the fake sun over me at that gang stalking courthouse as well, while the entity is engaging in targeting regarding property that was never told to me, that belonged to me, that was under my name or bequeathed to me or left to me, while the entity's been targeting me the entire time. It's relevant, like I stated in the video where you could see the fake sun over the top of my head at West Valley Detention Center, where I have not been at all. Haven't been over here off of Etowanda and San Bernardino Avenue. Have not been anywhere near this location while the entity is keeping the fake sun, where the Ontario Police are gang stalking at the same time. For example, at 333 North Euclid Avenue, where they're also gang stalking me at that same venue at 9 in the morning. This is where the entity engages in desperate acts that you document in order to prosecute. And this is relevant to the disbanding of this serial kidnapper, Shannon Dykes of the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. All of their departments of Glen Helen, they have a High Desert Detention Center, they have a Central Detention Center, and West Valley. They're all engaged in criminal monitoring. As I've been documenting it for years, repeatedly kidnapping pursuant to the effort to criminally defame, and engaging in that with the people of the state who remain in the jail, with the people of the state that come to the jail, like I'm documenting now in this parking lot, and doing so while the entity is maintaining helicopter activity, like I've documented, maintaining ongoing sound of sirens, criminal summoning while I'm inside of the facility where the entity is engaged in kidnapping me, and gang stalking me, which is keeping the fake sun over the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department vehicles, the buses, while the entity is molesting me with impossible light, transporting me to and from these corrupt courthouses, including Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court, where the entity then kept the fake son over the court. And I've already documented the entity having the fake son over the courthouse, and juxtapose that with me being in Los Angeles, where LAPD is targeting, and the entity is keeping the fake son on the same day at the same time as I document that. This is understanding and connecting all those dots to that long existing history of evidence, proving state surveillance. And the entity that's relying on, again, the same cycle of kidnapping, harassment, it's called criminal summoning, especially when the entity is fearful and hostile of the evidence against them. And the entity is typically engaging in this amongst American citizens that don't have any defense. You're just kidnapped, and they don't get out of it either. They're brought into the system, and they're kept in that system, in that cycle. The entity is engaging in kidnapping me because I'm exposing them, I'm documenting, and I'm prosecuting. This is relevant to the removal of Shannon Dykes. This is relevant to the removal of Mike Lorenz. This is relevant to the removal of the demons that are gang stalking Michael Gherkin, Paul Leon, this corrupt entity that's in this corrupt municipality that's gang stalking through corrupt companies like Starbucks, who don't like being exposed, and they resort to kidnapping upon just calling the police for no reason and just piecemealing a reason at the moment that they're there, not able to answer a question, which I'm entitled to ask a question as to why you're targeting me, and that's not a trespass. Okay. And by the way, I want to be clear. While they're claiming trespass, while they're claiming whatever it is that Ocean is stating, which you can hear on the evidence, I document everything. It's all monitoring. It's under the fake sun. It's in the engineer light. They are gang stalking while they commit the kidnapping. Okay. It is currently 1:06 p.m. and this is P.O.C. License plate SAG 24 7SJY 075 9TLF 006 9MNB 072 06834V3 4GPJ 135 5EWC 940 8NNX 636 9FDX 960 9DMU 198 9SFM 493. I documented them. They're crossing path and engineer lights on the sidewalk while they drive an ashy Tahoe. Okay, license 9PCP 361 9RHG 512. And by the way, it doesn't matter how shiny it is, it's engineer light. License 8LUR 190. The same pattern of conduct, 82105D3. License 6SIC 155 7NFY 700. And it's currently, by the way, 1:07 p.m. And again, I want to make sure that it's clear the entity's tactic when they are faced with evidence and they're incapable of trying to artificially engineer mental illness in order to steal property that Tracy Banks is not getting, Jason Isaac Fields is not getting. They're going to federal prison for stealing it in the first place. And the entity is being prosecuted for state surveillance, trying to steal property from me, doing so in concert with the criminal efforts of the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department and the Ontario Police Department, repeatedly kidnapping upon proven criminal targeting. All right, doing so regarding property that this entity never reported to me is in my ownership, while they are secretly trying to steal it from me by gang stalking in order to artificially engineer mental illness. 9ERD 436, and the Sheriff's Department is gang stalking. License 9HTK 224, 8AQK 879, 6JZV 886, 9PJA 921. All right, this is currently 1:08 p.m. at West Valley Detention Center, and the fake son is remaining over me at the West Valley Detention Center following kidnapping by Ocean. This is kidnapping by the corporation. The corporation is going to be prosecuted for targeting, and the employees of that corporation engaging in targeting. And this is based on their surveillance and then engaging what is targeting. So in other words, this is relevant to, it's not just targeting and harassment that is just for no reason. In other words, just targeting you for not. It's relevant to what it is that I'm documenting. And this is how you, and that very fearful. Okay, so I just want to be clear. The entity is arriving in an Ontario Police Department uniform. The entity is summoning that corrupt Ontario Police that they've been gang stalking with as a matter of documentation since 2021. But I've been heavily documenting Starbucks every day since June 3rd, 2025. That's the same department that they're gang stalking with this morning, summoning them, and also engaging in what was that was supposed to be some sort of planned attack. And how is it a planned attack? Because the entity that's gang stalking with the police knows very well that I'm going to document, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. And I'm also going to document the ways in which you're engaging in targeting. Starbucks is no basis. That's a private property. That's in air quotes. There is no private property. It's a facilitating venue where surveillance is underway. But nonetheless, they are representing themselves as a private property that is disallowing recording. And that's fine. So I am ostensibly complying with her request, but you need to understand how that's operating under the facts. No private property is going to shield the government from being documented, engaged in state surveillance. And it's also not going to shield that property, those parties at that property, working at that property, from being documented for engaging in state surveillance. This is the entity that's not going to stop you from exposing it for targeting in furtherance of murder, kidnapping, and trying to criminally defame, because that's the bigger picture. Gang stalking was supposed to accomplish theft of my property, real property, personal property, and that's not happening. And I'm showing you the entity that conspired against my property and conspired to defame me by gang stalking, which everyone is witnessing is no basis to defame any American citizen, and they certainly failed in trying to do that to me. The entity is engaging in this pattern of conduct, and Ocean, nor Starbucks, nor any third party has any policy or store policy or property rights to ban your documentation of the government targeting you, including while this demon-possessed gang stalker of the Ontario Police, going by the name Jason, where you can see the fake sun right beside his head, while the demons are pacing in and out, monitoring with him, while this psychopath keeps his head down, knowing exactly who I am and coming toward him. And his knowledge of me is relevant and proven through that specific environment. In addition to the fake son engaging in a grand departure, not being over Starbucks and now being over West Valley Detention Center. It is in conformity to the exact thing that I've been documenting for years. The entity keeps a fake sun over the facilities where they're kidnapping. It keeps the facilities filled with engineered light, just like you see inside of Starbucks, flying all over the place, not sunlight. This is psychological torture while they're engaged in criminal monitoring. Those are demons of the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, both working for the so-called behavioral health, where these are demons who are psychopaths who have no business in the medical profession, engaging in criminal defamation. And this is what the state engaged in to steal money from me. All right. The entity is engaging in this with, again, Tracy Banks, who's going to federal prison. All right, as the entity is engaging in kidnapping, this is exactly what she engaged in: criminal summoning. It's a tactic of harassment. It's a tactic of obstruction of justice. And the evidence of the specific environment is doing nothing other than further confirming that. The entity separated me from my property. Ontario Police engaged in theft of my property. That's not a lawful search. It's not pursuant to any lawful authority. They separated me from my property to create a hardship, to engage in what is oppression while I'm documenting them. These are demons who are afraid of me and are fearful of the potency of the evidence that I continuously and systematically publish online. So they engage in what is a kidnapping, no matter how obvious, no matter how much proven they already are as engaging in the pattern of conduct. Meaning, no matter how inevitable it is to be prosecuted and disbanded and going to federal prison, like Nathan Morgan, C. Torres, L. Martinez, and B. Hook are, the entity nevertheless engages in it anyway because they are fearful, especially those demons, Ocean, Brian, Amelia, Patty, and this male employee license 8UQJ918. They're very fearful while I document them at that venue. And I speak of things such as a federal RICO case. Very fearful. And the psychopaths who are engaging in gang stalking, the demon-possessed that engage in this targeting system, they resort to violence. They resort to more criminal activity. But that criminal activity is obviously the unlawful pattern of conduct as well. The fake sun remains over me everywhere I go, including while they engage in kidnapping. This demon, ESCOBAR, the Ontario Police, the fake sun remains over me en route to the West Valley Detention Center, where the Upland Police Department is present gang stalking, the Rialto Police Department is present gang stalking. They're gang stalking while kidnapping is underway. This is exactly what I've been documenting over the years as I was kidnapped and transported from the court to back to this facility, and the entity was gang stalking with the people of the state in the same way that you see at Starbucks, stalking with impossible light, stalking under a fake sun that remains over the San Bernardino County Sheriff's vehicle, just like you see in Tracy Banks' vehicle, just like you see on Omnitrans. The demons of the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department gang stalking while transporting on the roads and the highways, sharing in criminal activity with the people of the state. This is what Shannon Dykes is being removed from position for, repeatedly kidnapping, engaging in what is public corruption with the intent to steal money and property from me, because kidnapping by this facility while they engage in what are sexual assault and kidnapping by putting me in the uniform for the mentally ill, which does not make you mentally ill. It makes them kidnappers who kidnap me in the ward area where I maintain documentation about them gang stalking. Those are demons that work for San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. And the evidence of the fake sun here at this venue as further corroboration of that. But those are demons stalking while they're wearing San Bernardino County Sheriff's badges. I documented plenty of them by badge number on my website at thisisthepoc.wordpress.com, where they're stalking, they're pacing inside of the cells, they're pacing and monitoring me while they're engaged in kidnapping. They're doing so on the roads and the highways while they transport me to the state facilitating venue of the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court, where those demon-possessed judges, the demon-possessed of the public defender's office, the demon-possessed of the DA's office, they're gang stalking. The demons who are the people of the state are sitting in the gallery gang stalking. The entire system is corrupt. And this is covering every aspect, every facet of that. And the entity did so because they wanted to steal what is a large amount of money that belongs to me. And this is relevant to why the government targets American citizens. And you're supposed to be absorbed into the system. You're supposed to be inundated and overwhelmed with what is the bully that states that you are something or that you did something, and you're not supposed to be heard, that you are not that and that you didn't do that. This is how the entity engages in what is creating a record on paper that is defaming your character, either depicting you as a criminal or depicting you as somebody that's mentally ill, or both. Okay, or both. The entity would engage in kidnapping me, stating I'm interfering with an investigation. They're not even investigating anything. They're stalking, they're monitoring, the P.O.C. is underway, and then they engage in what is assault and battery, kidnapping me. And then from that, which has nothing to do with mental illness, they just put me in the mental ward. That's literally how it escalates, because the purpose was to falsely depict my character on paper, aiding in Tracy Banks' ongoing endeavor, secretly, unbeknownst to me, doing it in concert with the state. Falsely depicting my character on paper so that they can get away with keeping me in a facility somewhere while Tracy Banks cashes in on my property. And her sex partner, Jason Isaac Fields, cashes in on my property. And the state is also invested in having a portion of my property. That's what's relevant to the fake son being over Shannon Dykes' West Valley Detention Center. He is a demon, he is corrupt, and every department in California of the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department is engaging in that P.O.C. That's also documented when I'm driving to Las Vegas in August of 2024. It's the same time of year right now. And the entity has a fake son over my sunroof in my vehicle as I'm on that 215 freeway headed toward Nevada. I'm crossing path with the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, the high desert. Those are demons. Every single facility of San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department is engaged in criminal monitoring. State surveillance, which is underway in every facility, which is in violation of existing federal laws. It's in violation of the prison rape. It's in violation, let me get this license plate. 9HTK224, that's an African-American female. It's in violation of the Prison Rape Elimination Act. It's in violation of the Title 15. Because they're engaging in psychological torture, stalking with amplified noise, including helicopter activity, which is what Arrowhead Regional Medical Center is doing, maintaining psychological torture tactics, amplified noise, stalking you with engineered light, while the entity includes helicopter activity. Relevant to the heavy stalking by the Ontario Police Department using helicopters, the Los Angeles Police Department using helicopters, and every other city that I'm going in where the hallmark in California under a fake sun is targeting with helicopters, which is relevant to psychological torture as well. The entity doing so while in these facilities where I was repeatedly kidnapped and defamed on paper. So I want to make sure that this is part of the documentation, and the federal RICO case with regard to what is the racketeering, the multitudinous amount of laws that the entity is in violation of. It's beyond Title 18, Section 22618, subsections 1 and 2. That federal statute is relevant to surveillance because that's what the entity is engaging in, and they're engaged in surveillance while I document them. And then you have the entity arriving, stating that, number one, I have to buy something or I have to leave. Okay, she didn't need to call the police to do that because she could have just asked me, do you want to buy something? I buy something all the time in there. I've been documenting Tracy Banks coming and giving me a gift card when I'm not even asking her for anything. I'm regularly purchasing from that Starbucks, and there's never been any encounter with Ocean, and all of a sudden today, when I'm documenting Jason of the Ontario Police Department under the fake sun, and they're very fearful of the screenshots, they're very fearful of the videos where I'm showing you Jason stalking with Impossible Light inside of that cafe and stalking in the path inside of that cafe, and this is when L. Edwards arrives. L. Edwards arrives pursuant to not being able to, and like I said, they're not the brightest. They're not the brightest at all. They're just demons. They're just corrupt, and they're scared, very scared. So the entity engages in what is kidnapping by all means. Kidnapping results in federal prison as well. Kidnapping is not averting from a federal RICO case. It's not averting from the prosecution of the state of California for federal group stalking and monitoring. It's not stopping the documentation of state surveillance. The fake sun being over West Valley Detention Center, stating and establishing there is clearly no natural environment that I'm remaining around subject to, while the entity is targeting, and targeting is underway at the facilitating venues. The police are engaged in gang stalking. The sheriffs are engaged in gang stalking. The courts are engaged in gang stalking, relevant to what is federal stalking statute Title 18, and that is a federal RICO case against the government. All right, license 8677R81. The fake son's remaining over me at West Valley Detention Center in Ontario, California. It's off of Etiwanda and I believe that's San Bernardino Avenue. And Route 61, Omnitrans, I've heavily documented the fake son over me going past this intersection of Etiwanda and San Bernardino Avenue in the morning and in the evening, and the entity keeps the fake son over me going past this venue of the West Valley Detention Center. Every single deputy is engaged in criminal surveillance. They have hundreds. The entire department is demon infected. This is what you need to know. This is speaking to a pervasive level of corruption. There is no exception. There's no exception, meaning there's no deputy and there's no police officer that's in the state that's not engaged in criminal surveillance. I am exposing what is total and utter complete corruption. And I've been targeted by it, okay? Not only targeted because these demons know that I'm not like them, but because also I have a substantial amount of property that these demons thought that they were going to defame me for and take it away from me. All right, while they didn't even tell me, I was never told about property that belongs to me in the first place. That's also relevant context regarding Shannon Dykes' engagement in what is targeting me even in the jails, because even upon, and this is how you know it's a system, because even if you are subject to a false arrest, the way that they would jump from a false arrest for say obstruction even if it's not a false arrest, let's say they never have. Say they legitimately arrested me for obstruction, interfering. They're doing a traffic stop, and I'm getting in the middle. Hey, stop your traffic stop. Okay, excuse me. I want your badge number. I need to know who you are because I'm documenting you for gang stalking me. If I conducted myself like that and they arrest me for, it's still kidnapping. They're engaging the P.O.C. It doesn't matter that the target individual doesn't have any tact. They don't have authority under the law. They're kidnapping still. Surveillance is never pausing. But first of all, even if it was a legitimate arrest, and by legitimate, I mean I actually engaged in the acts that they're alleging, while they're nonetheless engaging in the P.O.C., this is something that, again, the federal prosecution of the entity is going to cure. But even so, this is how you know that it's a system, because the entity would jump from this illogical and astronomical leap from obstruction to then a mental ward when they take you to the facility. To the point of they totally deviate from normal protocol, normal procedure. You're supposed to go to the classification officer. They're supposed to ask you a couple questions, and you go to general population. License 9TLF006, crossing path. The entity did not engage in that. The entity engages in what was the purpose in the first place, is to get me on paper as being mentally ill one way or another. And that's also the explanation behind what I documented. It's not just the police that are targeting while they make up charges. It's also the sheriff's department that's targeting while they engage in what is this inexplicable acts of how do you get from that to the mental ward? Like, where did you come up with that? License 8LUR190, crossing path. The entity is engaging in what is clear targeting also through the specific environment, which I've been documenting about what's going on inside of this facility. I was arrested not because, and I was kidnapped. The Lord permitted it so that you would know about what's going on inside of these facilities. And it's satanic. It's psychologically harmful. It's criminal with regard to what they're doing with the inmates. And it is criminal conduct, regardless of the fact that it's demonic, regardless of the fact that it's ritualistic. It's achieving what is surveillance on communication devices as well. They're monitoring pursuant to the pattern of conduct when you're out. Of course, nobody has a communication. Well, no inmates have a communication device inside of the jail, but they're engaging in state surveillance inside of the jail. They're doing so in violation of the Title 15 federal statute inside of that jail, where you have constitutional rights maintained inside of the jail. It's a sexually violent pattern of conduct while they're monitoring your genitalia in engineered light while they're pacing around like psychopaths. That's a threat to your well-being as well, while they're kidnapping you pursuant to gang stalking, trying to defame your character. This is relevant to what is under all circumstances a violation of the law. And it's not ceasing it's going from Starbucks to the facility of West Valley Detention Center. They're engaging in the exact same mentally demented pattern of conduct. The mental illness exhibited by the entity that is a gang stalking shared by the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, they are unfit to be in law enforcement. And so is Shannon Dykes. This level of public corruption happening on his watch is that which he is engaged in. He is not merely derelict. This is a demon, and this is a corrupt demon who is engaging in and hiring demons who are maintaining ongoing surveillance, facilitating violence, and that's happening inside of the facility, and doing so seeking to criminally defame my character while I was harassed and targeted by the demons of San Bernardino County. Okay, San Bernardino County is seeking to create only on paper because there was never any legitimate relationship. Not only did I not speak to them, and in my not speaking to you, you're not diagnosing anything. It's silence. And from silence, you're not diagnosing anything, nor while you are enforcing your right to not speak. That's a right you have. You don't have to speak. You're not diagnosing anything. That's literally weaponizing your rights to not speak as a basis to diagnose. The entity, under all circumstances, manufactured information, made it up on paper, which is libelous criminal conduct, what that they then used helping criminals like Jason Isaac Fields and Tracy Banks steal property from me secretly through a secret conservatorship. While these are demons gang stalking, fake son over the Ontario Police Department, fake son over the San Bernardino Courthouse, fake son over the Rancho Cucamonga Courthouse, fake son over the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, West Valley Detention Center. As a matter of my evidence, not just telling you about it and testifying about it, video documentation. The fake sun is that which is impossible to be within the natural environment. The fake sun, the sun that is over you in Florida right now at what is 1:25 p.m. West Coast time is not the same sun that's over you in Florida at 4:25 p.m. And the entity keeps the fake sun over me, no matter how obvious it is with regard to prosecuting Ocean, because the entity has no other way to engage in the P.O.C. They've been fully caught, so they engage in more criminal conduct, which is only making it worse for them. Separating me from my property is an act of obstruction of justice and harassment by the entity. ESCOBAR, L. Edwards, Jason, that's gang stalking inside of the cafe under that fake sun. The entity, Corey Watson, again, gang stalking with his female partner. 1706919, I believe, is the license plate she was driving the last time they were gang stalking under the fake sun and waving to me, cheering, cheesing from ear to ear while you see that fake sun, while they're targeting somebody. That's called psychological torture. The entity is engaging in that while they are engaging in this kidnapping today. The police pacing in and out of that Starbucks while the demons have a silent celebratory pacing pageant. That's essentially what they're doing while the entity engaged in kidnapping today. There's nothing to celebrate because the entity that's engaged in kidnapping engages in just that, criminal summoning. Federal prison is necessary as a matter of justice. It's mandated as a matter of justice, where you are subject to understand outside of justice, outside of living in a bubble where nobody knows what the target individual is subject to. You're subject to loss of liberty, loss of property. You're subject to substantial oppression. You're subject to what is harassment. You're subject to what is loss of life because they take your life as well. All right, so I just want to be clear, federal prison is necessary as a matter of justice while this entity resorts to harassing me and trying to have me expelled from the venue because I'm literally pummeling them with regard to prosecuting them and exposing and embarrassing them. It is embarrassing when you're documented as in gang stalking me, and I will embarrass you because that is a part of that's a part of the point. And the entity is embarrassed with the evidence, and the entity is engaging in what is damning and incriminating acts while they engaged in kidnapping today. Again, that's not averting from the pattern of conduct. They engaged in kidnapping, which was the pattern of conduct. It happened in the same exact specific environment. Everything that was said was audible activity. All right. There is no separation from whether I stood there and said, I don't want to leave. I'm not going anywhere, which, again, under the letter of the law is defined as trespassing, which would be on private property where the entity is not a private property and is violating your privacy, where they're keeping you under surveillance at that venue, which is not a private property. They're not, and they don't have any rights to keep you from documenting them, engaging in criminal conduct with the government. That's not what private properties are, and that's not what the laws regarding private properties are designed to shield from and protect from and to enforce against other people. They're using it as a means to obstruct justice. That's not going to help. I'm going to prosecute you with that. And Starbucks literally used that today to try to shield this demon, Jason, who was there bearing a large gun on his waistline on the right side of his person, while Engineer Light, the demons who are the people that say they're pacing in and out. You've seen that Engineer Light swiping all across the floors. They're walking in Engineer Light, molesting with Engineer Light. That's all manner of a threat, psychological torture. This psychopath, after I state that the police are embarrassed, which they are, and that's exactly why you have moments later them entering into the venue as though those demons are saying that they're not. Yeah, you are afraid. That's exactly why they're removing my evidence, making it private when I've already published it. While you're keeping me under surveillance online, which is what Starbucks is doing while it's engaged in criminal monitoring, that is not any sort of private property where you're shielding the police from gang stalking me with you. I don't think so. And it's also understanding, when you're understanding criminal surveillance, private and public properties, that's relevant to constitutionality, relevant to the constitutional laws. They're outside of the bounds of the Constitution. That's not a private property. It's a facilitating venue. That's exactly what they use in order to target, because the people instead are supposed to appear substantially similar to the targeted individual. They're supposed to appear like a private citizen, like me. They're not. They're living in, they're remaining in, coming around you in an engineered environment where everything that's said and done is a matter of public information. It's monitoring. It's not a private property where surveillance is underway. Surveillance with the government, and the entity literally engaged in on video in engineered light. Ocean is walking in engineered light, and I made a series of screenshots honing in on what you're paying attention to, analyzing that whole crime scene, while she engaged in obstruction of justice, telling any American citizen that you cannot document, record inside of Starbucks. Starbucks is a third party. Third parties don't have the right to interfere with a federal case, a federal investigation, where you're engaging in criminal conduct, which some categorization of private property, which is an illusion, is not any shielding from that. It's a criminal and intentional act of obstruction, and that is an unlawful threat to my life, especially while she then summons the police directly to me. That was the entity gang stalking together while Jason just gets in line, gang stalking me by purchasing. That's the RICO case. The entity is engaging and then summoning the police directly to my presence while I'm sitting there under the guise of, oh, you need to purchase something. And then all of a sudden it's, oh no, don't purchase anything. You just need to leave. A rapid escalation, which is again inexplicable, following what is her documented statement on video that she doesn't want me recording. All right, and I'm ostensibly obliging her request. This entity is engaging in what is abusing, exploiting the constitutional laws, which is relevant to the malice of the entity that's gang stalking. And like I stated before, which is the case, the analysis of this kidnapping that Starbucks engaged in today, it's the same pattern of conduct that the Ontario Police Department engaged in kidnapping on May 29th. And every kidnapping, the kidnapping that's happening at the Ovid Family Community Library on June 16, 2022, the kidnapping that's occurring with regard to every encounter with the Ontario Police, who are engaging in the criminal pattern of conduct with the people of the state and have repeatedly tried to use kidnapping me as a means of stopping me from documenting it and publishing it on the internet, proving that they are targeting me and that there is no mental illness on my part, while the entity's been secretly, at the same time, simultaneously engaging in what is targeting, stalking, monitoring, and engaging in what is maintaining some secret, criminally procured, illegitimate conservatorship over property that the entity never told me belongs to me. That's the entity is under all circumstances admitting, conceding that they are engaging in the P.O.C. They just straight wanted me to leave today. That was it. Okay, the entity is engaging it. So I just want to be clear, they're harassing because I have proven them to be the criminals that they are, the sex offenders that they are. And the entity is even doing that while they're facing federal prison for it, because that's exactly what's going to happen. All right. This is what an American citizen has a right to not be subject to. And no facilitating venue has any rights under private property trespass laws to shield the government from being documented, from targeting you and psychologically torturing you while they're monitoring you with that third party venue and the people in that inside of that venue. That's the whole malice of the entity. And I documented every aspect of it, including the fake son being over West Valley Detention Center, which is, again, the evidence we're moving amongst many other kidnappings documented by San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, Shannon Dykes, and the preceding John McMahon, gang stalking, engaging in targeting me for years, which is state conduct. The entity engages in targeting American citizens in the way that I've shown California is, and doing so, the motive is relevant with regard to property that I own, and the entity that wanted to steal it by trying to defame my character. All right, they failed in that, and they're also now outright showing how they're basically stating, okay, so what? Whatever, we just want you to leave. Okay, so that's the entity. That's a concession. They are proven gang stalking. They're proven to be engaged in gang stalking, and so is Starbucks. And because they engage in kidnapping me today, that is relevant for what is federal prison. It already is when the entity's gang stalking me every day by helicopter at Starbucks, keeping a fake sun while thousands of people are monitoring me and monitoring my vagina at Starbucks, while you're systematically gang stalking, criminal surveillance. All of this is in furtherance of murder and kidnapping, which they committed today. All right, in an effort to obstruct justice, because I'm documenting. You're not going to engage in this level of obstruction of justice while you're reporting any government to the feds. And this is what Starbucks just did. Starbucks, the corporation, and Starbucks, the employees. All right, Carson passed into the fake sun, license plate, at West Valley Detention Center, license plate 9DMU198. This is the Shannon Dykes, the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department that's engaged in criminal monitoring. And it's speaking to everything else that I'm documenting about Arrowhead Regional Medical Center, their gang stalking as well. The entity that's maintaining the light source over me at on Euclid Avenue, from Ovid Family Community Library to the Starbucks at 507 North Euclid Avenue. and the entity doesn't want me to be there. And guess what happens when I go to a different venue? Then all the evidence of the entity keeping a fake son within 0.4 miles is then added to what is evidence, which is because while the entity did that with the fake son, it wasn't over any other location. So when I go to a different venue, that's an ongoing evidence of stalking with a fake son. But the entity just doesn't want to hear the name Ocean and Patty and Amelia. They just don't want to hear those names anymore. They're at the forefront of a prosecution because you know exactly what they were doing. They were gang stalking, just like West Valley Detention Center is. A gang stalking sheriff's department is an illegitimate sheriff's department, just like a gang stalking police department that engages in kidnapping at that. Okay, San Bernardino Sheriff's Department, it's an extraordinarily large department, and it's filled with demons who are mentally sick. These are psychopaths who I have witnessed engaging in the demonic, pacing, having multiple shadows inside of the facility, stalking, pacing in and out of the cells where I'm located with simultaneity to my movement, what it is that I'm doing, while they're demons who are monitoring everything that I do, including my vagina, inside of the cells while the entity kept me under surveillance inside of that jail. Okay, doing so in the engineered light, doing so while keeping a fake son over me in the jail where I'm located. The fake sun is over wherever I'm situated inside of the jail. And that is illustrated by the fake sun, the engineer light being all the way down. They have towering walls inside of the facility. The entity kept engineer light from the top of those towering walls all the way down to the bottom, and it would remain all day long, all day long. And that has nothing to do with sunlight. Sunlight doesn't paste itself, attach itself to the walls in a downward trajectory across the floor and up the other wall, moving back and forth into the cells. That engineer light moved inside of my cell. That engineer light, while the demons calling themselves medical professionals and deputies were engaging in audible activity creates, those are demons. This is engaging in what is a kidnapping today because of a desperate act of fear. Because I'm talking about federal RICO, when I start talking about that, then you're engaging in what is, well, now you're clearly targeting. Because I would like to ask you a question. How did you get from, or why wouldn't you, if I'm regularly buying things, so you're just calling the police on people that regularly buy things? Why don't you just have Brian ask me like you always do, or Vince ask me like you always do with other customers? Are you going to purchase something? We need you to purchase something in order to stay in the store. But the entity approaches with Ontario Police, which is designed to inherently threaten. This is while I just so happen to be capturing video, preparing to publish it online, publish podcast, license 8NNX636 of this sex offender Ocean molesting my inside thigh with engineered light while she's crossing path in her white Toyota Tacoma. That sex offender, that demon, is the one that summoned the police today. License 9FDX960. The police who are documented gang stalking me every single day, the Ontario Police Department. That's kidnapping by the people of the state and the state, which is exactly what Tracy Banks engaged in, making up information and doing so. Okay, and so this is speaking what is the absolute truth. People or an entity, anybody making up information about your mental health does not create mental illness. And that's literally what the corrupt entity relies on. They make it up, and that's supposed to be legitimate basis of actual mental illness. And that is not how the medical practice works. That's not how the law works. That's not reality either. That's not how it works. Just because you say it and make it up, and you say it and you have it repeated by somebody that's supposed to be some sort of professional, they're corrupt, every single last one of them, and that does not equal mental illness. It's also relevant to note that I've documented them engaging in the demonic pattern of conduct of targeting me, gang stalking me, while they engage in what is the asininity of just stating that somebody is mentally ill, having no evidence of it, and putting it on paper. That's in furtherance of murder, kidnapping, behind a secret conservatorship, and everybody involved in that is going to federal prison. And that includes Starbucks. Okay, the corporation acting in furtherance of that conspiracy, and this is relevant to Starbucks gang stalking me, Starbucks engaging in kidnapping today. It is currently, again, 1:38 p.m. This is P.O.C. at West Valley Detention Center, and the fake sun is over the top of my head at the West Valley Detention Center. While I'm standing at the entrance of the public lobby, the fake sun is over me there. As I move away from that lobby, you'll see the fake sun still over the West Valley Detention Center, and this is incriminating Starbucks that engaged in kidnapping today. This is P.O.C. All right, I just want to document the entity at West Valley Detention Center molesting 8MGV875, engaging in what is crossing path with impossible light activity under the fake sun. That's Bell Cab. And the entity gang stalking while I'm sitting in the shade, molesting me with impossible light. This is the state engaging in the pattern of conduct on the grounds of the jail. The demons that are gang stalking, regardless of the type of property. There's no private property, public property distinguish while the entity is engaging in what is gang stalking
everywhere at all times. And this is what the entity, including Starbucks, tried to use today to obstruct justice while they're engaged in criminal monitoring with the Ontario Police. License 9RHG512 and license BUYETFS. Crossing path while the fake sun is over me at the entrance, and doing so while engineer light is reaching across me, touching my person. The same engineer light that you see that is flying inside of the Carl's Jr. on the Amazon lockers, while the demons are far distance from the inside of that Carl's Jr. on Foothill in Upland, California. They're crossing path and stalking with light, monitoring. Just like they're doing in Starbucks, driving on Euclid Avenue, and engineer light, tornadoes of light, engaging in what is flying all about and on the walls and the ceilings while they're monitoring and molesting my person with the same. They're monitoring, and they're monitoring at the state facilitating venue, which is, again, it's not distinguished with regard to private and public. That's an illusion. The entity is engaging in targeting, requiring the illusions that they're engaged under any sort of constitutional construct or protections while they're engaged in monitoring. The same exact sex offense underway where Shannon Dykes' facility is. That is West Valley Detention Center. Granite, license 06834 V3. That's Granite on the back. That's a logo on the back of a white pickup truck. Crossing path, one demon after another, repeating the same supernatural pattern of conduct, stalking with light. And this is what Shannon Dykes and every demon-possessed gang stalker employed by the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department at the West Valley Detention Jail. But it's also at Glen Helen Rehabilitation Center, and it's also at Central Detention Center. License 8WKV 846, and this is San Bernardino County Sheriff 1524-8383. 1524-383. Gang stalking while the fake sun is remaining over me. I'm gonna take a picture of where I'm at because you can hear the vehicles crossing path, and where I'm at, the fake sun is over me. They're stalking on the grounds of the Sheriff's Department. You're going to report to the federal government wherever it is that the government is targeting you. And there is no private property laws where you're going to be arrested for trespassing for doing so, which is an act of obstruction of justice. Okay? It is currently 1:50 p.m. where the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department is gang stalking at the venue of West Valley Detention Center. 6LYP917. All right, it is currently 2:01 p.m. And the entity, as you can see in the images that'll be uploaded to the Google Drive, the entity is stalking off of Etowanda, where the West Valley Detention Center is. You're looking at the system of federal group stalking and monitoring as I'm reciting those license plates that you listen to, including the state, San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, under the fake sun that's over my head, speaking to knowledge of exactly who I am, engaging in what is gang stalking by crossing path in that specific environment, after having engaged in what is kidnapping with the intent to obstruct justice. Obstruction of justice is occurring in the following manner. The entity stealing my property to create a hardship. The entity engaging in kidnapping on May 29, 2025, not only to create a hardship, but also to create the illusion of mental illness. The entity engaging in what is the malicious assertions of violence against Tracy Banks, and no such violence occurred. There's no medication. There's no pre-existing mental health condition. None of that. All of that was lies that the Ontario Police manufactured with Tracy Banks. While San Bernardino County, the same San Bernardino County, that is, again, Shannon Dykes, this is San Bernardino County, that's engaging in state surveillance, criminal defamation, the entity engaging in what is creating a hardship. That was an unlawful eviction that was committed. This is the entity that wants to create this instability. It's not supporting the existence of mental illness, where the entity is targeting you with the purpose of theft of property. And the entity is also doing this with regard to trying to strong arm, which is not going to happen. Jason Isaac Fields is going to federal prison. This demon is still monitoring. He is monitoring and seeking to capitalize off of the circumstances that are created by this entity that is targeting, including kidnapping this morning by the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, releasing me in the middle of the day, in the middle of nowhere, while the entity takes my property, and doing so with knowledge that I don't have any way to get back to where I'm remaining, typically around in the Ontario area, around the where I was kidnapped from, the Starbucks area, that location over there. The entity is engaging in, this is a means of also
it's merely a pause. The demons literally are short-sighted. It's just a temporary fix. As if they could just maintain an ongoing temporary, one temporary after another temporary after another temporary. And this is the entity's engagement in seeking to try to obstruct justice, trying to stop my efforts of exposing them. The exposure is already complete, and the case is already complete. And it is also impossible that anyone is avoiding what is clear evidence and long existing evidence and consistent evidence and irrebuttable evidence. It's not going to be rebutted by the entity that's targeting me, presenting, this is mental illness, that this so-and-so mental health professional, some demon, some corrupt government actor that's targeting me. In conformity to the pattern of conduct. There is nothing that the entity is engaging in other words, that is superseding and addressing the way in which the entity has been criminally monitoring me, targeting me, gang stalking. And this is the delusion of that entity. But the entity is nonetheless engaging in that. That's relevant to the kidnapping today at Starbucks. Starbucks is engaging in kidnapping, and it's also relevant to gang stalkers such as Jason Isaac Fields, who is acting with Tracy Banks. They are engaging in targeting together. They're demons that are also monitoring. I just want to note that. But they're also engaging in what is seeking to capitalize. There is in substance, no capitalizing off of what I'm consistently documenting. I'm documenting everything with regard to how the entity is targeting, and I've been documenting for years. And the entity also stole evidence of what I'm documenting. That's also going to the truth, the veracity of everything that I'm speaking. That's why they also stole it. That's also what they're not going to be mentioning in court when they're engaged in criminal activity behind my back secretly regarding secret conservatorships, regarding fraudulent marriages, regarding crimes committed in my name, when the entity has no chances whatsoever of stealing my property successfully, okay? And in doing so by trying to only depict me as mentally ill and them not as engaged in targeting me, that's not going to happen. It's impossible. So the entity is nonetheless still engaging in what are obstruction tactics, and that includes taking my property today. And I'm currently in the middle of Ontario on Etiwanda. And this is, again, an effort to just divert from publishing, because that's what I will be doing right now, publishing evidence on the internet. It's still going online, and I'm also making sure that the part of the evidence against the entity relevant to Tracy Banks and Jason Fields in particular going to federal prison is the way in which this entity at every step of the way sought to obstruct justice. The Ontario Police Department kidnapped via Starbucks in concert with Tracy Banks, in concert with Jason Isaac Fields. There is no legitimate federal investigation. The federal government that's investigating has been sitting back investigating multiple kidnappings and doing nothing about the state that's targeting because they're not investigating anything. The entity is engaging in what is creating more and more oppressive circumstances, which is not going to result in me cooperate or voluntarily acting with any sort of demon that's been targeting me. You are conspiring my murder and kidnapping and try to steal my property, and some oppressive circumstance is not going to cause me to be like, okay, I give up, I'll work with you, I won't testify against you, I won't work towards your going to federal prison. That's not going to happen. And this is also what demons like Jason Isaac Fields are counting on. This is a psychopath, a delusional psychopath. This is somebody that's a violent sex offender. This is somebody that's been engaged in a long-term sexual relationship with a sex offender. There's a reason why he's sexually attracted to a pedophile, Tracy Banks. He's engaging in this while seeking to capitalize off, which is an illusion. This demon's delusional. And there's no federal investigation. There is no federal investigation. So I want to make sure that that is clear. I'm going to include this in the documentation because it's relevant to what the entity is engaging in while they are targeting and doing so pursuant to knowledge of documentation. Documentation also, always be mindful. This is evidence that the entity stole. So while I'm publishing it and it's for my prosecutorial uses, the same demons that are gang stalking me, the same government, the same entity that's gang stalking me is stealing it and profiting from it on the internet, which is also relevant to the veracity of everything that I'm documenting and exposing. And that's also going to be used against this entity. The entity engaging in kidnapping does so for oppressive purposes, and that's what's relevant. The entity has a fake sun over me on Etiwanda where you hear one stalker after another crossing path, and stalking is identified by the specific environment where there is no possible natural environment present, which is speaking to targeting. Targeting in such an unprecedented manner that you have to document it in order to prove it, because it's a fake sun that's over me on Etiwanda, where the entity is keeping the fake sun at the same time over the Ovid Family Community Library. Like I documented when the entity's over me with the fake sun at 1:07 p.m. when I'm already at the Ovid Family Community Library and I walk out at 1 o'clock, 2, 3, 4 and capture the remaining fake sun. When I walk out at 5:59 p.m. and it's remaining over the Ovid Family Community Library, or remaining over 507 North Euclid Avenue Starbucks, where this entity that is gang stalking engaged in kidnapping today with the intent to obstruct justice, okay? In doing so, anticipating that they were going to be documented. This is why Jason of the Ontario Police Department walked in, anticipating, knowing full well that I'm going to document, because this is what I always do while they're keeping my evidence under surveillance. And that is also no basis while they are exercising authority under the law, fictitious authority. It's not a private property when you're gang stalking. And you're also not going to protect the government on that property from being documented. And that's exactly what Starbucks is engaging in on video. And this is something that demons, psychopaths, sex offenders like Jason Isaac Fields are seeking to profit from. I'm so oppressed, I'm so downtrodden that I'm going to go ahead and just give up and let this demon have some sort of position beside me. It's never going to happen. And it's never going to be anything but federal prison for targeting me with Tracy Banks, with Eric Corey Spencer, with the Ontario Police Department, with the Los Angeles Police Department, with the people of the state, with the state of California. He's going to federal prison for that. And there is no federal investigation where I'm subject to this series of kidnappings, and the federal government has done nothing about it. It's evidence that's supporting what I've already published online. The same entity that's stealing that evidence. There's no federal investigation. There's also no need for a federal investigation because there's no actual controversy about who is targeting, okay? And also why. It is currently 2:09 p.m. This is P.O.C. Yeah, the demons of the United States Postal Service gang stalking under the fake sun on Etowanda, communication device in hand while they're monitoring me, gang stalking me. And this is speaking to the illusion of strangers stalking you. They're not strangers. They know exactly who you are and where you're at while the fake sun is over me on Etowanda, where I have not been, and neither has the sun. The fake sun has been nowhere near Etowanda, neither is it going to be in the natural environment. These are demons who know exactly who I am, and this is evidence of state stalking that Shannon Dykes and the entire San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department is engaging in. P.O.C. 8RYL671, 8AMK793. This is the people of the state gang stalking at Napa and Etowanda under the fake sun at 2:25 p.m. 7RZY973, 9TLB680. It's currently 2:32 p.m. License 6UDV316. And 9DBP191. And this is ARCO at the 12925 at Etowanda and Arrow. So that's 12925 Arrow route. They're engaged in the pattern of conduct. License again 6UOV316 is the correct license plate. This entity is monitoring impossible light while that demon drives by. That's a Caucasian female. It's again at 12925 Arrow route. You'll see the picture of the fake sun over my head. While those who are not strangers, it's the entity that is gang stalking that committed kidnapping today to obstruct justice. Starbucks is not a private property, and trespass laws don't apply. The entity that's engaging in criminal monitoring is exploiting the Constitution and the laws with protecting private property, but that's not superseded by criminal surveillance, under which that does not apply. And this is the entity that did so pursuant to knowledge of being documented as well. So the entity resorted to kidnapping because I'm documenting them so heavily. License 9DRP191. Yeah. And it is currently 2:33 p.m. License plate, it's 2:56 p.m. 8BCG603 at the same ARCO at 12925 Arrow route. The ARCO is gang stalking as well. It's 2:56 while the people of the state are under the fake sun that's over me at Arrow and Etowanda monitoring. License 8MEP482, 6NCY244, 9JVC174. LEAR, excuse me, 4EAB008. ADA360. 8W43200. 9TUV176. 6YXE346, I believe. EBC001 51749 4A 9 RAP 144 9 LGC 333 let's see 7 RPD 129, I believe that was the 9, the last person. 7 JBX 114. 9E. I can't really see that when you can scratch that. It is 2:59 p.m. 9 HRB 641. 2176. I can't really see that one. It's another one. 8POL 072, 9TKN 071, 9GKA 067. 7NSM 309, VTN G427. It's a federal plate on a common civilian vehicle. 9TVU 884. Nine KBA 490, JB Hunt, commercial, 3200522, 3200522, license 8LYB 883, I believe. And ARCO at 12925, Arrow route is gang stalking and profiting from it. P.O.C. 7XUC 219. A whole bunch of demons gang stalking at ARCO, filling up their gas tanks. ARCO's making money off of gang stalking right now. As is the way of life in California, where demons are engaging in the pattern of conduct. Public corruption. And it's currently 3:02 p.m. 8ZZL 395. Seven SST 706. 7 TMI 510. 9 KFD 519. Excuse me, 579. 9 FKD 579. At 3:17 p.m.
License plate 8TQR928. JZ670 handicap. License 8SMU215. 3:19 p.m. Seven zero zero four 7D2. 3:19 p.m. EE73P57. That's EE73P57. That's a paper plate on a white BMW, like a hatchback sort of situation, driven by an African American male with dreadlocks. It's 3:20 p.m. 3:21 p.m. License 8UVK697. 3:22 p.m. License plate 23541Y2 72611D2 9LPS198. Looks like VYV. It's just 3 characters on that license plate. It's a black license plate with yellow characters. License CX94M40, that's paper. This is a commercial vehicle, a large truck with license XP48100. LDS Trucking. LDS Trucking Incorporated. Trucks that are engaged in interstate commerce are inherently engaged in Title 18 federal stalking. They cross state lines, enter and exit the state of California with large trucks, gang stalking the state of New Jersey. License plate 6VFD294. 9CTE561. And it's currently 3:24 p.m. Looks like they watered the dirt. And nothing's growing. Now that is my observation of the soil at the same venue. Arco at 12925 Arrow Route, who was gang stalking while under the fake sun idol over me. We're on position and the people of the state are pacing all around me. This is P.O.C. 9NPZ 566. 3:26 p.m. 8 CAM 566. 3:29 p.m. Crossing path, engaging in terrorism with impossible light. That's not a stranger, that's a stalker. That's the people of the state engaging in surveillance with ARCO at 12925 Arrow Route, P.O.C. License 9PXU662, 3:31 p.m. License 4097894, I believe. I can't really see that one that clearly. You can scratch that one. It's 3:42 p.m. License plate 9FMU 9FBD356. 6S. Hold on. Yeah, 6SVX595. Impossible light activity. And by the way, they're all stalking with impossible light activity. This is the point of the fake sun. They're not around me in sunlight. This is demonic pacing, maintaining presence as one entity. So it's the same entity in all forms of presence, pacing, stalking, and engineered light. License 57AX228. Again, that's 57KY228. 57KY228. It's currently current time is 3:43 p.m. 8HOT746, I believe. Nine FBD356, stalking with impossible light. Just moving all across the vehicles in the parking lot while they're pacing in and out of AM PM, who was gang stalking as well, the establishment, as the specific environment stalks me to this venue, which is not private property. License plate. This is criminal monitoring. This is an African American male pacing in and out, impossible light as well. 8SDY337. These are the pictures of the Latina grandma, perhaps, and the daughter and the baby. Same impossible light activity. 7ALA176, stalking under the fake sun as well. P.O.C. And engineered light all over AM/PM is AM/PM gang stalking as well, under the fake sun, which is not a private property. License plate 9RJX099. That's also why you will be prosecuted where you live. There's no shelter, and you're certainly not going to shield the government when you're prosecuting the state for targeting you, and you're going to claim this is private property, you can't document. That's the government telling you, and it's absurd. That's what I documented Ocean engaging in. It's a criminal offense as well. She intentionally engaged in an act of obstruction of justice, and doing so with the Ontario police in their presence. That was Ontario police obstructing justice through the people of the state, with the people of the state. That was an entirely intentional act, like every intentional act. Flying over me, stalking me by helicopters day and night is an intentional act. Gang stalking with the demons of the Ontario Police Department in their vehicles while the fake sun's over the top of my head is an intentional act. All right, the entity is engaging in what is kidnapping today with the Starbucks, a facilitating venue, not a private property. They're not exercising any constitutional rights, engaging in criminal surveillance with the Ontario Police Department. And while engaging in that criminal conduct, the P.O.C. included kidnapping today. It is currently 3:47 p.m. 8APG948. 8DGS175. 3:48 p.m. 7WMC169, 3:51 p.m. 6URR474, 3:52 p.m. 9C7M597. It's 3:54 p.m. That's a red Focus hatchback, a Ford Focus hatchback. EE383P1, that's a paper plate on a Nissan Sentra. 3:56 p.m. 8RLX008. 3:57 p.m. 8VWW422. 9FHW587. 3:58 p.m. 9TED206, 4 p.m. DLG4LIF. Stalking with impossible light activity, which is impossible to ever happen under any circumstances regarding the sun on the ground driving a car, which is how you know that everybody is stalking and how you have such a massive amount of people stalking. It is a system of gang stalking. These are demons in Rancho Cucamonga. This is speaking to the mayor of Rancho Cucamonga, speaking to every level of government in Rancho Cucamonga, the courthouse that already documented in Rancho Cucamonga, 7RYE146, while a population in a different city keeps a fake sun over me and stalking pursuant to the same pattern of conduct, namely the fake sun and engineered light, while they pace all around not addressing you and you don't know them. Gang stalking by demons. 57XL402. 8PHS222. Hold on. Or 8DHS222. License CY49C26. Paper plate on a Dodge Ram pickup truck. Yeah, I'm not sure if this license is 8DHS222, 8PHS222, but I will get the license plate momentarily. Seven SKT 768. License plate, it is indeed 8DHS222. 4:07 p.m. 5NYM851. 6WMM417. And 7SXT768. I believe I documented they're just pacing around driving in circles under the fake sun over here. It's currently 4:10 p.m. 9DJK383. 8NOT850. 4:13 p.m. San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department engaging in criminal summoning at 4:17 p.m. Doing so at Etowanda and Arrow at 12925 Arrow Route under the fake sun that's over me. So the entity that is again engaging in this in Ontario, this is what the city of Ontario is practicing while the fake sun remains on Euclid Avenue over me, stalking with demons that are engaging in light activity and audible activity through the sound of sirens. Those are demons of the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, and you can clearly see that demonstrated in the images where I'm in Rancho Cucamonga. I'm nowhere near Woodside Senior Apartments, Ontario, Euclid Avenue, the Ovid Family Community Library, or the 507 North Euclid Avenue, where I've been since June 3rd, 2025. And the entity has the fake sun over me at this intersection where demons of the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department are monitoring me. They're stalking me specifically while the fake sun is over me at this intersection in Rancho Cucamonga. That is 4:18 p.m. P.O.C. 8CPH959. Rancho Cucamonga Police that's San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, crossing path again at 4:19 p.m. driving in the opposite direction, driving right by me on Arrow after I document criminal summoning by that same department. It is currently 4:20 p.m. License plate, impossible light above the vehicle, 8FCT619. That's a demon and that's a stalker, not a stranger. That's a stalker. License 8VLG 894. It is 4:20 p.m. The fake sun is at going over 2 hours now, remaining over the same bus stop where I'm located in Rancho Cucamonga.
This is the pattern of conduct. Rancho Cucamonga is a gang stalker. I've already documented that at the 8303 Haven Avenue, Rancho Cucamonga Courthouse, where the entity has the fake sent over me as I'm documenting. This is the pattern of conduct, and it's speaking to every city, every county is engaging in the state surveillance system. And it is shown through the supernatural maintenance of what is a light source in the sky, which is not acting, behaving, reflecting the natural environment and regarding what the sun does, where the sun's going to be, and how the sun appears over all of us in the country at the same time. Yeah, that which is remaining over this bus stop, never. It's not even in Florida. And that's requiring that there's a supernatural environment, because that would require more than one sun. And we haven't heard about anything like that. And there's a reason for it. There's a reason for that. This is P.O.C. It is currently, again, get the time, 4:21 p.m. These are demons that are gang stalking at 12925 Arrow Route in Rancho Cucamonga, California. P.O.C. The demons pacing around at the intersection of Etowanda and Arrow are doing so with impulsive light activity moving across the vehicles and the trucks, while the fake sun is over me, which is the same signature of a stalker, not a stranger. License plate 7XOC214 356BMHM. That's an out-of-state license plate. It's dark blue with white characters. And the fake sun is over me at the same intersection as of 4:44 p.m. OBBRAVI 8EIP 381 8KAO 331. And this fake sun is remaining over me at the establishment Arco at 12925 Arrow Route in Rancho Cucamonga. Arco's engaged in criminal monitoring. P.O.C. 9EGD616. A stalker that's targeting me with light, and I don't know this demon. It's the P.O.C. License 9. Oh, I can't really see that demon. Stalking with impossible light though. At Arco 12925 Arrow Route. License plate 6WMC 119. Stalking together. 9KMU 513 7ZAC 703 9EBF 920. Stalking together. This is the city of Rancho Cucamonga engaging in criminal monitoring. Stalking. It is 4:45 p.m. 9TBG220 6UZK549. 4:51 p.m. at 12925 Arrow Route. Fake sun right over me at the same gas station. In Rancho Cucamonga, not in Ontario, not over Starbucks, not over Starbucks at the same time, not over the Ovid Family Community Library, and not over the Ovid Family Community Library at the same time. This is P.O.C. While the people of the state and the city of Rancho Cucamonga are gang stalking, pursuant to the identical pattern of conduct, which is demonic. P.O.C. 4:52 p.m. 8HAH464. 4:55 p.m. All right, I'm going monitoring at the same Arco, 8W78242. And license plate with impossible light, stalking. That's license 9NSH327. License plate 9SZS329. You'll see the fake sun move to the opposite side of the same Arco now that I've walked over here to the opposite side of the parking lot. This is the fake sun going in the opposite direction as I maintain stationary presence. It is, that's how you get to setting from the east to the west. If I don't move, if I go back east, the fake sun moves back east where it was 2 hours earlier. License 8PBU574 9SFF370. License 9GPP319 and 5Y. Hold on. 5XEE533. Let me check that. 5XEE533. Yeah, it's currently 5:11 p.m. 7PMS556. All right, stalking me, harassing me while I'm under the bus stop in the shade, and they're at a distance, pumping up their filling up their gas tanks like they're minding their business. They're all stalkers. This is terrorism. License 7FGB399. License 35568H1. Impulsive light moving across the AM PM while a demon drives away. 9KNL501. Stalking. And so is ARCA. License 7FXC277. License 7W. Hold on. 7WWG919. All right, and this shows the reality of what the demon possessed are consumed with, and it's the person, not what they're doing on the surface. And that's psychopathic to engage in that. But that's demonic. That's how Satan is. So it is currently 5:27 p.m. Remember, I'm documenting at 5 p.m. and at 5:59 at the entrance of 215 East C Street, which is also evidence that the entity is indeed targeting, because I can't make up that information. And I also can't make a sun remain over me in a manner that's entirely unnatural, impossible to occur naturally also. 46861S1, the same. The evidence of stalking is that impossible light activity flying in the air, moving across buildings, surrounding me, the person that they're stalking, the person whom they know who I am. Okay, demons failing to remain anonymous, failing to appear as strangers, like the pattern of conduct is supposed to make them appear as, so that you can falsely depict that person as being paranoid. It's malicious, and this is going toward, again, the prosecution of the entire state of California, the disbanding of the Ontario Police Department, the federal RICO case against corrupt businesses gang stalking me, such as Starbucks. It's a RICO case also against the city of Ontario, the state of California. This is RICO, as you're understanding, public corruption and the government engaging in what is corrupt business practices, corrupt practices as a corrupt society that is targeting stalking, criminal activity, and federal stalking under Title 18 as well. Corrupt government and corrupt government all around, and then that corrupt government is acting vicariously through the corrupt people of the state. It is currently 5:29 p.m. at 12925 Arrow Route. This is the AM PM, the Arco gas station, P.O.C. in Rancho Cucamonga. This is the city of Rancho Cucamonga, engaging in criminal summoning right here under the fake sun over me, stalking with helicopter, engaging in the identical pattern of conduct. And the city has been stalking me all day long through the people of the state, as this fake sun has been at the same position since I documented at 2:50 in the afternoon at 12925 Arrow Route, where at 5:34 p.m. the fake sun's remaining over the Ovid Family Community Library, over Woodside Senior Apartments, as the Ontario Police are gang stalking a helicopter at Woodside. At 5:49 the Ontario International Airport gang stalking under the fake sun of remaining over Woodside. And you just saw the demons of the Rancho Cucamonga, in Rancho Cucamonga, San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, making a U-turn in a helicopter, fake sun over me, stalking. That's the government. You heard the entity sounding sirens, not going any further than this intersection right here, stalking me, pacing, coming this way and going right back around, especially because I'm capturing video. This is the hard evidence of stalking. So it's again, the mayor of Rancho Cucamonga is corrupt. They're gang stalking. They're as demonic as what is the mayor of Ontario, engaging in the same exact criminal system, and so are the people of the state. All right, I documented all the license plates, including the employees at this venue at 12925. Let me show you the address for the city of Rancho Cucamonga, in what is a federal case against the state of California, a RICO case against the government. At 12925, Cucamonga engages in the same pattern of conduct, the hallmark of stalking me, proven through what is the maintenance of what is not possibly the sun, a fake sun, a light source, where the people of the state are stalking with impossible light activity. This is actually pacing all around me while the sun remains over me all day long. And I'm nowhere near Euclid Avenue today. Now I'm in Rancho Cucamonga, where you're looking at the government in another city, which is the same entity engaging in the exact same pattern of conduct, and it's demonic activity. They're not strangers, they know exactly who I am, and this was a kidnapping committed by the entity today, which puts Ocean in federal prison, and so does Elena. She's subject to federal prison. So is Amelia, so is Patty, so is Brian, subject to federal prison. So is L. Edwards, who you saw gang stalking me with Starbucks at that venue with the intent to obstruct justice and intimidate, federal prison. The same for Escobar, the same for Jason, who walked in wearing an Ontario Police Department uniform, license 8MKV087, gang stalking vicariously with the city of Rancho Cucamonga. This is exposing the mayor and every level of government in the city of Rancho Cucamonga while the same pattern of conduct is underway. And don't forget what LAPD is doing, the exact same criminal pattern of conduct while a son is not in Los Angeles, outside of my bedroom window and outside of my office at 1810 North Alvarado Street and 1806 North Alvarado Street, apartment number 6, the 3rd floor, bedroom window facing Alvarado Street. It's been sitting here for over 3 hours. This is P.O.C. You just saw the government give more evidence against the state of California. This is P.O.C. All right, the video that you just listened to, it's currently 5:37 p.m. The video that you just listened to is evidence of the state of California gang stalking while a fake sun, which is impossible, incompatible, incongruent, scientifically impossible for to be the sun that is over the entrance of 507 North Euclid Avenue, the Starbucks, which is what my documentation shows and demonstrates. And I've been documenting it consistently as of June 3rd, 2025, but far before 2025, of documenting the corrupt company of Starbucks, who is being prosecuted while the city of Rancho Cucamonga is gang stalking me in helicopter, which is the hallmark. The entity engaging in gang stalking by helicopter at the same time of year includes LAPD. It includes the Ontario Police Department. It includes the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department in Las Vegas, Nevada. It includes the Nevada State Police. It includes the Pasadena Police. The entity is engaging in the pattern of conduct, which includes the Monrovia and Arcadia Police, the Kern County Sheriff's Department, the Costa Mesa Police Department, the Orange County Sheriff's Department, who are not sharing the identical placement under the sun, which does not go anywhere, what remains over me as I document it in all of these different areas, regions, counties, and documenting that impossibility with regard to the hallmark of always following me around. That's the evidence of following me, knowing who I am, that supernatural environment replete with what is a fake sun, and the people of the state engaging in what I've already thoroughly, and what Starbucks has demonstrated to you, what the population does is stalk with light. Stalkers who know who I am. This is state surveillance, and that was video documentation that you just listened to while I am at 12925 Arrow Route. This is the ARCO and the AMPM in Rancho Cucamonga, California. That's the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department engaging in criminal monitoring with the intent to psychologically torture, harass, intimidate, and threaten. And this is the very system that Tracy Banks summoned on me in order to steal property from me while she has a secret conservatorship regarding property that belongs to me, that she and the state of California, the entity, the government that is gang stalking me simultaneously, never told me anything about this property that the entity sought to, through gang stalking, steal from me, because the entity thought that there was no evidence that would ever prove that they're targeting me, that there is no evidence that would ever be recognized or listened to, because I'm supposed to be dead already, and I'm supposed to be falsely depicted as mentally ill in a facility already. And since that hasn't happened, and it's not going to happen, the entity is engaging in what is the blaring, clear, proven, plain engagement in stalking in a manner that is on its surface suspect, and providing evidence to the federal government for the prosecution of the state. And it is relevant with regard to my showing you how the pattern of conduct fits into what is a federal RICO case against any public entity engaging in criminal monitoring, targeting an American citizen, and doing so in furtherance of murder and kidnapping. And in California, the entity targeting me with the intent to steal property from me, property that the entity has kept a secret from me. And this is also why Tracy Banks is going to federal prison. It's clearly, as you see, Rancho Cucamonga gang stalking me specifically. That wasn't flying over everybody. That was stalking me while the fake sun is at this intersection, which is never going to be the case when it's remaining from sunrise to sunset at Woodside Senior Apartments, and where under no circumstances is sunlight going to result on the ground and on the buildings where the people of the state, including third party
DD10A22, a paper plate, a demon driving a white Elantra, gang stalking me with the city of Rancho Cucamonga, who just engaged in that act of terrorism, which is on video and to be published to the world. The entity stealing my property today. The entity engaging in what is taking me to the West Valley Detention Center, where Shannon Dykes is a gang stalker. He's a terrorist. He's a terrorist leader. And so is Mike Lorenz. Okay. And so is, again, Michael Moore, who resigned and was replaced by the terrorist leader, Dominic Choi. While I've been gang stalked by the Los Angeles PD since 2020 as a matter of documentation, Michael Moore was gang stalking as well. The entity stealing that evidence, which I do have remaining evidence from 2020, but some very damning violent evidence of stalking me in helicopter under the fake sun in Los Angeles, which is not forgotten while the Rancho Cucamonga City Police, San Bernardino County Sheriff, that's who that is, that's Shannon Dykes again, gang stalking me with helicopters, and the demons engaging in criminal summoning, sounding sirens, which are demons engaging in audible activity and light activity under the fake sun, just like the people of the state, gang stalking with light activity, ongoing audible activity under the fake sun. The demons that are in government, the demons that are vicariously acting on behalf of that government, engaged in criminal surveillance. There will be no theft of my personal, real, and intellectual property without a consequence for what was already stolen, and there will be no accomplishing theft of my property that belongs to me. The entity is exposed as entirely corrupt, while you have a city replicating what is a supernatural pattern of conduct, and meaning not only is it a pattern of conduct, but it's supernatural, meaning there's nothing other than, it could not be anything other than a full, total, comprehensive system throughout the state of California, the entire state, as I've documented more than just Ontario. And going to Rancho Cucamonga is fully demonstrating that. This is evidence against Ocean, what she was engaging in this morning, criminal summoning, with the intent to obstruct justice, because that sex offender who likes to molest my inner thighs with engineered light while she's stalking me with the city of Ontario, which is the same public entity. Rancho Cucamonga, San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, and Ontario Police are not different. It's the same public entity. It's the same demon-possessed, corrupt entity that is gang stalking, engaged in criminal surveillance, knows exactly who I am while I'm subject to targeting by the state of California. Okay? She's engaged in what is criminal summoning and struggling to make sense of why she needed to call the police to ask me to buy food when I'm regularly buying food inside of that venue, by the way. And could have easily just asked me to buy food if that's the reason why she summoned the police, because it rapidly then escalated to you just want me to leave, which again I would ask, well, what is the problem? Why do you want me to leave all of a sudden? Oh, is it because that you're aware that I'm documenting you, that I'm referring to what is a federal RICO case, that you're subject to federal prison? Because you're scared of that, because you're hostile to it, while you're acting in conformity to a pattern of conduct by the domestic terrorists who summoned the gang stalkers of the Rancho Cucamonga Police and the Ontario Police, because that's supposed to be the strong arm that silences you. The demons of corrupt law enforcement agencies, they go to federal prison for gang stalking. They go to federal prison. That's how domestic terrorists that are engaged in corrupt law enforcement, that are in corrupt law enforcement agencies who are being exposed for domestic terrorism, like I just documented on video, they're subject to federal prison and disbanding. License plate DD10A22, again. Paper plate. That's a paper plate on that white Elantra. Stalking with impossible light, driving in. Stalking with impossible light, driving out. Stalking me, not a stranger. And that's the city of Rancho Cucamonga. And the mayor of the city of Rancho Cucamonga has been engaged in monitoring me, gang stalking, as a public entity for years. That's what's relevant to the prosecution of the state of California with the fake sun over that courthouse in Rancho Cucamonga on Haven Avenue, which I have as a matter of documentation since 2021. All right, and that gang stalking courthouse has no legitimate position, no authority under the law while they're engaged in criminal surveillance and acting in furtherance of trying to steal property from me and engaging in criminal defamation. Engaging in fictitious prosecutions. And they're fictitious when you don't have authority under the law and you're keeping them under surveillance, including through those court hearings, including while making up court hearings, making up information, making up charges, making up mental health conditions. You're engaging in what is the pattern of conduct and furtherance of trying to steal from an American citizen that you know owns a lot of money and a lot of property that you thought by public corruption with the state is going to malign their character in order to steal through a secret and criminally procured conservatorship. Tracy Banks is going to federal prison, and so is her sex partner, Jason Isaac Phillips. They're both demons, and the government's criminal conduct in concert with the people of the state is requiring federal prison for these two sex offenders. Okay, it is the reason why you have the demon-possessed targeting me, amongst other reasons. But again, the entity is incentivized, motivated, while the entity is making it known about property that belongs to me, and essentially all of that demonic entity targeting me, and furtherance of what is already a forfeited objective. They're not getting my property. I'm documenting another city gang stalking by helicopter under the fake sun. They're not getting my property, and the entity has long forfeited that. So today the entity also engaged in an obvious criminal act. It's within the pattern of conduct, so obvious, but this is how desperate they are, because they're tired of being so heavily documented. And so you're talking about federal prison for engaging in kidnapping. They're willing to take that risk because they're tired of being documented. That's essentially what happened today. It is a concession while they're still engaging in the pattern of conduct, which is exposing them to federal prison. All right, it is currently 5:46 p.m. That's P.O.C. ARCO's engaged in criminal summoning. ARCO's gang stalking with the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department in the same way that Starbucks is, while the Ontario Police gang stalks me by helicopter at that venue where the fake sun remains. Okay, that's P.O.C. NYKABOY, license plate. It's currently 5:48 p.m. Remember, on May 16th, 2025, Ontario Police's gang stalking by helicopter with Tracy Banks, who was stalking with light at that Woodside Senior Apartments, while the entity is gang stalking by helicopter, while the fake sun remains over Woodside Senior Apartments, over the building, including units 49 through 64. The same venue where this entity engaged in kidnapping via criminal defamation. 5:48 p.m. today, the fake sun is over Arrow and Etiwanda, where the Rancho Cucamonga Police, this is San Bernardino County Sheriff Shannon Dykes, are gang stalking by helicopter, and criminal misuse of police vehicles. License 5RGJ629. Engaged in ongoing terrorism, stalking with a possible light. ZP42615. That's United Auto Transport. That's a large truck. That's a commercial vehicle. United Auto Transport. Like I stated, this is not traffic people going about. This is interstate commerce, the means of systematic monitoring in California. This is surveillance. License plate 9FBH061, 9EWR690, 8YOZ688, 9RPX494, 8W56413, KK803 handicap, 4ZVG654. It's not just ARCO that's gang stalking. I just happen to be closest to ARCO. That's why I'm naming that. In the same way, it's not just Starbucks. It's the entire city of Ontario. It's the state of California. There's an apartment complex right across from ARCO. That entire venue is engaged in gang stalking. This city knows where I'm at. This entity, this population is putting a fake sun over me regarding their knowledge of who I am. That's how I'm being targeted. That's how I'm being identified. This apartment complex is gang stalking. Everybody in traffic is gang stalking. The employees at ARCO are gang stalking. The patrons at ARCO are gang stalking. These businesses along Etiwanda are gang stalking. This is P.O.C. This is surveillance. It is currently 5:51 p.m. The entity that took my property with the means to engage in what is creating a hardship, just engage in what is harassment, separating me from my personal property. That's nothing other than a means of engaging in what is harassment, but it's threatening for the government to do that. And they're exercising fictitious authority under the law where they're engaged in surveillance and engaging in that, pursuant to what is kidnapping, while they're gang stalking and engaging in what is documentation of harassment while they're gang stalking. Remember, the Ontario Police, a bunch of psychopaths who can't control themselves and engage in a plethora of videos of stalking by helicopter, especially as they're triggered by what I state, which I state is the truth. RUHAL01, that's a black Mercedes. And while I stated today, again, what the demons are triggered by, what they typically do by helicopter, they did by entering into Starbucks today. One demon after another representing the Ontario Police Department. L. Edwards, this demon Jason, you can see the fake sun beside his head while he's bearing a weapon, threatening my life, gang stalking me with Starbucks inside of the establishment, which is the corporation Starbucks, gang stalking me with police who are monitoring together.
All right, and they're doing so while I'm stating things that are true, like the police are embarrassed as I expose them on the internet. They're triggered by the truth that I speak. They're triggered by the way that I document them, revealing their incompetence. And they're also incompetent because they're gang stalking. But this is just speaking to the entity that engages in based on being triggered, and that's what they're doing. It's analogous to gang stalking by helicopter. The moment that I start stating something that the demons are triggered by, that helicopter comes out of nowhere flying in circles over my head. This is what the entity did by walking into Starbucks today and then engaging in what is a kidnapping. And doing so in the face of evidence where there's no federal government that's doubting the fact that they're gang stalking while they just committed a kidnapping today. License, these two demons pacing, one driving into the parking space, another driving out there pacing under the fake sun. License 6NAR744. It is currently 5:53 p.m. The entity that is engaging in the pattern of conduct, I want to be clear, there's no federal law enforcement agency that I'm ever going to have any dealings with while they're watching the entity target me, 5HBZ810. And I'm not documenting the entity because I'm applying for any sort of position with the federal government. The federal government that's engaged in this targeting system is no federal government that I would have any dealings with, nor would I have, and I want to be clear, the federal government that's watching the entity gang stalk me while invading my privacy and engaging in the same facilitation, the federal government is a sex offender. This is the pattern of conduct that's practiced by the United States government throughout the country. It's not just California. So there's that as well. But I want to be clear, there's no legitimate investigation. The entity is watching because the entity is a part of that pattern of conduct of what California is doing. The entity includes the federal government. All right. So I want to make sure that that's abundantly clear, because when it is clear, when it is clearly stated about who is being prosecuted, the justice that I'm receiving, there's not going to be a round of applause for any federal agent. It's not going to be that. It's not. I'm getting justice, but it's not based on actual legitimate government actors that are not already with filthy, unclean hands, that are not already compromised, that are not already biased, that are not already unwilling to engage in what is stopping this criminal conduct. This is why you have Rancho Cucamonga engaging in the pattern of conduct. There's no investigation going on. The entity is acting as, you know why? Because the federal government is targeting with them. They're sitting back and watching. They're studying. This is voyeurism. All right. This is ongoing targeting and sitting back and engaging in an experiment on an American citizen. I'm not going to have anything to do with any demons that engage in that, because that's Satan. And I won't have anything to do with it. I just want to make sure that's here, because there's no secrets here. There's no secrets going on. I'm going to get justice, and I'll have nothing to do with any level of government having anything to do with that. And I have a right to that. And I'm also going to make it abundantly clear that the federal government is not a hero, especially while I'm documenting what the entity is doing, all the ways in which the entity sought to obstruct justice. The federal government, the entity that is engaging in this pattern of conduct, is the same quote unquote entity that's supposed to come in out of nowhere and provide justice, right? The entity is a psychopath. They're the criminals that are stalking me in helicopters and by these corrupt police departments. There's not going to be any romantic relationship with any sex offenders monitoring my vagina. There's not going to be any professional relationships with any corrupt law enforcement agencies sitting around and studying me, monitoring me in my sleep, aiming light on me like psychopaths, incentivizing a population to target me everywhere that I go, and engaging in what is kidnapping me repeatedly to see how much and how far and how is she going to handle it and what does she do in response. Those are demons. That's the spirit of Satan. All right, the Lord Jesus and those who follow him, they don't have that same spirit. They don't have that same obsession. They don't engage in this sort of studying people, engaging in what is inflicting harm and then sitting back like a sicko watching. That's Satan. I will have nothing to do with any form of that. And I'm not going to hesitate to speak the truth to that. No federal agent's getting any round of applause for me or any thank you, oh, you're a hero. That's not going to happen. It's currently 5:56 p.m. This is P.O.C. All right, demons sitting around engaging in surveillance at a gas station. Remember, monitoring, stalking is pursuant to monitoring somebody. Monitoring is about every move you make. It's something as minute as the direction of your eyesight. This is what these demons are actually focused on while they're filling up gas. The demons are engaging in what is multitasking. A car door slams. Well, again, the moment that I make a sudden move, that's a demon that's monitoring. And as they're driving into the Arco gas stations under the fake sun that's still here 3 hours later, engineer light is moving across the roof of the gas station. Also evidence that they're stalking, okay? This is exposing a population of demons for what they are and the criminal conduct that they're engaging in, and it's relevant to the RICO case against the state. against the government. Currently, by the way, 2:15 p.m. Let me get these license plates. The ignition starts, the train sounds the moment that I start walking. That's called stalking with activity. License 8AON211, 9DTM524, 9CKA612, 9SAW472. Closes as I get into alignment with him. 9TIH644, 9FTL233, 67528U3. P.O.C. It is currently, by the way, 6:02 p.m. where the entity's in Rancho Cucamonga with the fake sun, not on Euclid Avenue. That's impossible light moving across the roof of a third party that's not a stranger. This is all impossible light above the vehicles. Okay. And as they move and drive underneath, the engineer lights just sweeping across. Recall the parking garage and at Ovid Family Community Library. Absolutely impossible light, and so is this. Not only is that not the sun, not only is this where the Rancho Cucamonga just provided confirmation that they're stalking with the helicopter and the government acting directly, but also the maintenance of this fake sun in Rancho, a random intersection in Rancho that's got nothing to do with what's going to be over Woodside Senior Apartments, what's going to be over 507 North Euclid Avenue. I'm exiting Ovid Family Community Library at 6 p.m. 6:02 p.m. The Demons of Ontario Police are flying in circles over me while it's over the same Ovid Family Community Library. This is where the entity is stalking with the fake sun, and stalking with engineer light is the P.O.C. So let me show you. This is what you're looking at here. That's not sunlight. It's appearing above the vehicles. These are stalkers. They're not strangers. This is state action, and it's relevant to a RICO case against the government for criminal surveillance. 8AON211. This is P.O.C. at 12925 ARCO, the AM/PM, 12925 Arrow route in Rancho Cucamonga. It's exposing every level of government that's engaged in criminal monitoring. And this is breaking through that illusion of stranger stalking, as gang stalking is not fully understood, and that's why you're describing it that way. They're not strangers. You're showing it through the impossible light activity. The impossible light is moving while it's moving the vehicle. That's P.O.C. 9TH644, substantially similar. If you document one, you document all of them. The government's being prosecuted. This is P.O.C. License plate 6HOH756, the same exact pattern of conduct. They're not strangers. They're demons. They're stalking. P.O.C. All right, the city of Rancho Cucamonga targeting through the sound of what is an ongoing sound of firecracker every time I make a move. All right. So, and as you heard in the podcast, as I get up from my seat and start walking, the demon starts the ignition. The demon closes the door as I begin movement. As I start walking, the demons of the city of Rancho Cucamonga surround with the sound of the train. The entity is doing the same thing with fire, the sound of firecrackers popping. Every time I'm making a move, it's a means of monitoring. The city of Rancho Cucamonga is stalking while it's monitoring, and stalking through a whole population. It's an unprecedented act of domestic terrorism. And the mayor, no gang stalking mayors. That's the law. That's the law that's going to be enforced. No gang stalking mayors shall remain in office. It is currently 6:09 p.m. and that entire gang stalking cabinet, every level of government, is engaging in the P.O.C. It's 6:09 p.m. 7UBU032. And you'll see images of a hefty, he appears to be Caucasian. This demon is stalking and is very much focused and hostile toward me. And the impossible light activity targeting me is the evidence of it. His license plate is 9MKF240. The impossible light activity is also evidence of severe mental illness. So this is, again, the entity gang stalking at the same Rancho Cucamonga gas station, just a random intersection where you have the P.O.C. It is currently 6:20 p.m. 6SPH579, 6:45 p.m. All right, you will also see the pattern of conduct underway in Rancho Cucamonga. That includes the fake sun that's still present at 7 p.m. And the entity is stalking with the sound of firecrackers. That's what I'm just going to assign to that noise, loud popping noise. While the entity is stalking with planes. You'll see I took images of them hovering in the sky space in relevant position to me where the fake sun is remaining over me and the people of the state are stalking with impossible light. They're pacing. It's where the entity is stalking in plane and helicopter at this intersection at what is 12925 Arrow Route. This is P.O.C. and the entity is engaging in what is their commercial planes. They're hovering as though, I guess they're landing from Rancho Cucamonga to the Ontario International Airport, hovering throughout the city like the Ontario International Airport does throughout Ontario, hovering everywhere, taking off everywhere. It's the evidence of stalking under the fake sun, and that's exactly how it's going to be prosecuted. It is currently 7:04 p.m. Those images are documenting the P.O.C., the city of Rancho Cucamonga, engaged in federal group stalking and monitoring. License plate 53311V3. That's hooked on towing. Gang stalker documented bathroom monitoring at Starbucks, documented stalking with light activity throughout Ontario at what is this same intersection with the people of the state using a tow truck, which creates audible activity, light activity, surrounds me with massive activity. In other words, while the entity is monitoring. A demon comes with a disabled vehicle, and that's the form for the same exact POC. It is currently 7:05 p.m. at 12925 Arrow Route in Rancho Cucamonga, California. This has been 5 hours, going on 5 hours. The fake sun being over this same intersection. A tow truck and a disabled vehicle is an iteration of the pattern of conduct, and nothing supersedes that. It's not a question of whether the car is really disabled. It's a question of whether that's the sun, and whether the sun sits over one intersection for 5+ hours, and whether the sun engages in deviating from remaining over one street within 0.4 miles for a month to then being over in a different city. Whether the sun is in that same position over one people and everyone else in the same manner that I document over everyone, everywhere, not moving for the duration of the day. That's the question. This is P.O.C. That's again 53311V3. This corrupt business is referred to as hooked on towing. P.O.C. That's my shadow on the truck and on the ground. That's impossible light activity. It's very demonic. The people of the state are stalking. This is hooked on towing, California 56013. 525 West State Street in Ontario, California. Okay, a corrupt business from the city of Ontario, gang stalking in Rancho Cucamonga, using a business to engage in the POC. And here's the fake sun at the same intersection. All right, where the city of Rancho was gang stalking by helicopter and criminal summoning. San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. It's 7:08 p.m. and this is not through the drive-through window of Starbucks at 507 North Euclid Avenue. And it's also not going to be over, again, the entity that's maintaining that light source in Ontario at Woodside Senior Apartments. This is a pattern of conduct. This is demonic, and it's also asinine. It's an obvious means of identifying surveillance by the people of the state. P.O.C. Understand, my shadow is appearing underneath that vehicle. It's asinine. What Satan is doing is idiotic. This is P.O.C. It is 7:47 p.m. and at 12925 Arrow Route, the Arco and AM/PM venue. It's proven as a venue. The entities kept a fake sun since my arrival, and on the same street. Remember, it's over my head at 12:51 p.m. on this same Etowanda, where West Valley Detention Center documented it as a gang stalker, which is already proven. That's the reason why they engaged in repeated kidnapping upon having no lawful jurisdiction and upon not even having any facts and acting far outside of anything remotely close to how the criminal justice system works and how the justice system works with regard to criminally defaming me and abusing mental health court. And that's for the purposes of this gang stalking entity to falsely depict my character and seeking to steal property from me. The entity is exposed as psychopaths stalking me in helicopters, using fire trucks, ambulances, and police vehicles to stalk me, and doing so with all manner of demonic light. The entity uses light all around me as though it's going to put me under some sort of spell, like their light is going to affect me. And I laugh at it, and they look absolutely out of their minds. They look like cuckoo, Looney Tune, like something's wrong. Something's very, very wrong. This is how crazy the entity looks, gang stalking and stalking with light in particular, which is the entity's pattern of conduct of criminal monitoring, monitor on communication devices, monitoring on the venue of the internet, and the demon possessed are targeting That is the direct evidence of criminal surveillance. And they also look crazy while they are seen bare bones stalking one person. Who does that? Crazy people do that. They are the demon-possessed population who are no longer secretly existing among us. They are engaging in the pattern of conduct under the fake sun that's set right here at this Arco in Rancho Cucamonga today. And the entity engaging what is criminal summoning. Again, stalking and monitoring, which is the documentation of how you're analyzing any stalker surrounding you with ongoing audible activity, demons sounding sirens under the fake sun and engineer light while a bunch of demons are pacing all around. That's harassment, that's domestic terrorism, and it's psychological torture. It's absolutely demented behavior. While the purpose of the use of these emergency vehicles is to gang stalk a person, you are out of your mind. And that's the demon possessed that are the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, and replete today with the fake sun over that venue of West Valley Detention Center, the same street, 12:51 p.m. All I did was walk. I'm still on Etiwanda, and this is where the fake sun set 7 hours later at 7:47 p.m. I took a picture of it. You'll see it on the Google Drive. This is where the entity's been engaged in criminal surveillance, and the facilitating venue where the fake sun remained is where I remained, which is in conformity to the pattern of conduct, and it's highly out of conformity with nature, which is how you're aware of my documentation, the probative value, the scientific value and relevance of my body of evidence, speaking to stalking, which is clearly identified pursuant to the monitoring system that the United States government's engaging in and what California is practicing. It's currently 7:50 p.m. This is the city of Rancho Cucamonga gang stalking, 9JAY 784. And the entities engaging in this P.O.C. also at the Arco, pacing on at the intersection stalking, pacing at the Arco stalking, 9PZU 902. 6HXR 865. And Arco profiting from domestic terrorism today. That's also, again, the pattern of conduct. Again, yeah, that's the right license plate. That's also against policy. While they're engaged in the criminal act of monitoring, they're also profiting from it, making money off of gang stalking an American citizen. 84315C4. This is P.O.C. The entity using, in the same way they will center gang stalking around coffee, the entity is gang stalking around the sound of ongoing fireworks, which are used to monitor my movement. That's harassment by the demon-possessed government that's engaging in monitoring. And they're monitoring with the population, many of whom I documented by license plate today, every single last one of them sharing in the totality of that pattern of conduct. Sex offenders monitoring my vagina while I'm in any private space while this entity is obsessively monitoring. That is stalking. That is surveillance. Okay? It is, in case you did not know, Satan, the demon-possessed, they're perverts, they're predators. They are sex offenders. The conduct of a sex offender is that which is inspired by Satan. That comes from Satan. All right, this demonic system is that which is inherently sexually violent, perverted, demented, abnormal, okay, inexplicable. All right, it is currently 7:51 p.m. This is P.O.C. All right, license 6N89419. License 9CEE437. In relevant position, aiming light while I'm in the bathroom inside of this venue where the entity kept the fake sun all day. This is bathroom monitored by the population, 8DZL629. At gas pump number, this is a male, in gas pump number 1, monitoring my vagina. This is at gas pump number 5, license 8DZL629. This is a female monitoring my vagina, aiming light. They're in alignment with stall number 1 and 5. They're in perfect alignment with the bathroom. License 9NUW161, monitoring my vagina, aiming light in the parking lot. And this third party that I read his license plate, that is 6N89419. He enters in, crossing path inside of the store with the employees who are monitoring my vagina as well. And this is the city of Ontario, the city of Ontario's pattern of conduct, the state of California's P.O.C., okay? This is what the entity is doing. Let me give you another iteration of the same thing. I go into the restroom at Starbucks. Nobody's in the building. This is because they do it when I go in the restroom when people are in the building, but they'll do, because this is what happened. I walked into the restroom. Nobody's filling up their gas tank. It's empty. The lot is empty. The entity is still surrounding, though. The traffic is surrounding. The entity stalking in the sky space. They're not departing from the pattern of conduct or the relevant positioning, but the gas station stalls are empty. In the same way, when I'm inside of Starbucks and no one is present inside of the cafe except for the employees, it's not abandoned.
And then when I go in the restroom and I come out, you have people that are in the path. They are doing so as you're in the restroom, monitoring, maintaining surveillance. This is what the entity just did at ARCO. Okay, so as I'm in the bathroom, getting in position, aiming light toward the restroom, these are demons stalking with light, and all engaged in what is monitoring my vagina together. This is a sex offense committed by the government that's engaging in what is surveillance in private spaces. And this is revealing the demon-possessed population that are violent sex offenders. You need to know where pedophiles come from, where those that engage in sex trafficking, those that like to molest children, those that like to engage in voyeurism, those that like to watch you violate your privacy, watch you get naked, watch you have sex without your consent, taping you having sex and sharing it with other people, doing it without your knowledge and consent, that sort of perverted spirit, that's demonic. Those are demons that are engaged in bathroom monitoring. That's the government system, keeping you under surveillance. There's no legitimate interest whatsoever. That's going even beyond the unconstitutional system of just monitoring and surveillance and gang stalking. They're doing it in the bathroom as well. That's satanic. That's that Jezebel spirit that's engaged in what is obsession with my genitalia. It is currently, this is at 12925 Arrow Route, the sex offense, bathroom monitoring, the employees and the patrons, which is government action. The city of Ontario has been engaging in the state of California's P.O.C. The state of California is engaging in the U.S. government's pattern of conduct. All right, it is, and that, why is that? How do you know that? Because there is no sun anywhere in Nebraska today. I just documented remaining over Etowanda and Arrow Route. If there is a sun over you, there's more than one. That's not the natural environment. You are surrounded by the specific environment. Okay, there's a reason why NASA and nobody else has told you that. The evidence is very plain for you to see as well. It is currently 8:03 p.m. This is P.O.C. All right, license 7XZC470, 6ZGC710. Yeah, everybody else has license plates on the back of their vehicles. Excuse me. Whew. License plate NA331, handicap. And this is the context. Everybody is stalking with impossible light activity under the fake sun. This is where the conclusion that I'm helping you get to logically step by step. It's not the sun and it's not sunlight. They're all stalking in impossible light. This is criminal monitoring, massive surveillance. At nightfall, it's the same thing. It's not their headlights that causes dynamic shadows, the trees moving across the wall while they're driving down the street, the shadows of vehicles on the opposite side of the street moving while they're driving by. That's not their headlights. They're stalking with impossible light at nightfall as well. You're stalking in the engineered environment, and this is exposing what is happening in plain view. It's demonic. Satan is engaging in what is creating illusions that you're looking at with your plain eyes, and you're not paying attention to it. And it's criminal conduct by the government. And the government is engaging in what is demonic. These are demons that are intentionally engaging in that. Now, I'm going to be clear, I've documented the evidence of criminal monitoring where I'm inside of my vehicle, and you'll see the engineer light moving across Sunrise Church, as I documented in August of 2024, where the fake sun's over that venue at 11 in the morning. I am not a demon, and I'm also not mentally ill. I'm also not engaging in the pattern of conduct. I'm subject to the pattern of conduct. That engineer light is demonic. So how do you reconcile the fact that I'm driving the car and that engineer light is occurring across the building of Sunrise Church, which you'll see in the evidence? The people of the state, first of all, the demons are inside of that fake church, engaging in that demonic pattern of conduct. The entity is in the same way aiming engineer light, moving in alliance with me, in sync with me while I'm driving my vehicle, while I'm being targeted, even as I'm driving my vehicle and engineer light is moving at the same pace as my vehicle. I'm surrounded by demons even at that Sunrise Church. And second of all, the thing that you notice is that this is how you also know that it's a system, and that the people of the state are indeed the people of the state who are gang stalking and are not innocent with regard to, for example, my being one who is driving my vehicle. I'm not a demon, I'm not gangster, I'm not monitoring anybody. But how do you have this pattern of conduct? They're not innocent, and the environment, the engineer light, 6LSJ831, is shared with their behavioral pattern. What else is going along with the specific environment? Not only am I not a demon, not only am I not a sex offender, I'm not monitoring anybody's vagina or penis. I'm not monitoring anybody's genitalia. I'm not engaging in pacing around anybody. I'm not a cockroach, okay? These are demons.
These are mentally ill people, and it's a population of them. They're all over the place. This is what this is alerting you about. And the reason why you understand it is criminal engagement, it is intentional by the entity, is because it's not just the environment, it's the behavioral pattern. Their behavior in that environment. There's no coincidence. They are always there, making sure they're present in the path. There is never one moment when anyone is abandoning, stalking me, around me, being around me, making sure that they're aiming light on me. That's also how you know. Okay, because their behavioral pattern demonstrates, oh, they're intentionally there under that fake sun, making sure that light is maintained around me every single second, never missing. Okay, very heavy. And remember, this is not intelligence. How are they so diligent? Oh man, they're not. They're demons. It's a spirit. Okay, that spirit is obsessive. That spirit is psychopathic, and it creates mental illness. License 8VXS 702. The mentally ill that are walking around living their lives, and they're the ones that you're following on social media, and they are also the demon possessed that are putting themselves forward as the mentally competent and falsely depicting the character of those that are not mentally ill whatsoever, those that are being targeted, those that are spiritually gifted, for example, those that are nothing like the demon possessed would never have any participation in this sort of targeting system, this satanic campaign. They would never participate in it, and the demon possessed know who you are. The demon possessed know who you are, and that's why you're targeted as well. But I just want to be clear, it's not just the environment, because you can see the environment around me when I'm driving my car at Sunrise Church and engine or lights moving at the same speed that my vehicle is moving. That's the P.O.C. How do you explain that? The entity is sharing the behavioral pattern. For example, being everywhere around me in helicopter under a fake sun. That's not the coincidence, that's the behavioral pattern. You're always freaking stalking in helicopters under the fake sun. The government is intentionally engaging what is stalking. That's how you recognize it. If that was not the case, if you didn't have that hallmark, okay, then we'd be at square one. There's a phenomenon there, okay? We all need to be aware of this, but perhaps, there's something else going on, and it's not necessarily something as pervasive as a corrupt state full of corruption. Every single the civilian population, all of them, pervasive corruption. But that's what you have here. And the evidence supports that. It's unprecedented, but it is proven. It's combined with the behavioral pattern. The environment with the behavioral pattern is the P.O.C. It's not just enough to have the behavioral pattern, because remember, the behavioral pattern is supposed to exist as just normal everyday behavior. You don't know them. They're just filling up their gas tank, okay? When you're not under a fake sun, you are minding your business. You are a stranger. You're not sitting around stalking. When you're under the fake sun, they know who you are. They are demons. They are psychopaths. They're engaging in what is supposed to be a secret system, unspoken, but diligently and obsessively engaged in. And guess what? To prosecute, you don't have to know who you know is a demon. You don't have to know that demon's name. The entity engaged in gang stalking under all manner of false presuppositions, really basing it on traditional stalking and how those laws are used. And it's not traditional stalking. It's traditional stalking plus corruption of the government. It's traditional stalking plus the ingredient of demonic possession, where that spirit is keeping millions of people, okay, at the same time. And that spirit creates uniform behavior in a demonic environment. That's how you know. It's the behavioral pattern in that environment which defies nature. That's why a fake sun set at this random intersection on Etiwanda and Arrow Route today. That's why. That's the P.O.C. A bunch of stalkers. They are a bunch of stalkers. They are a stalking community. It's a stalking population engaged in criminal monitoring. I cannot make the demons of the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department fly over me by helicopter under that fake sun. It is providence that they do. They are proving to you the fact of the U.S. government engaging in surveillance in this country. Because I am not the only person in this country that's being targeted like this. And I'm not the first one. It's happened to many people before me. Many of them are already dead. Many of them are sitting around kidnapped, having never committed a crime, and are not mentally ill whatsoever. All right, it is currently 8:10 p.m. This is why Tracy Banks is going to federal prison. Engaging in kidnapping today, taking away my property. This is an entity's desperate acts of thinking that that's going to stop me from documenting. It's going to stop me. It's going to cause me to break down. I'm going to crash out in the middle of Etiwanda and Arrow. That's what the entity's counting on. Everybody that engaged in kidnapping today is going to federal prison. Everybody. And everybody having anything to do with a fake conservatorship, a fraudulent marriage, stealing my property. You've already put your hands on money that belongs to me. You can kiss goodbye any chances of ever having a relationship. It's never happening. And you're a delusional, demon-possessed psychopath because you're a demon in the first place. And they're sitting around watching me while I'm being gang stalked and the entity steals my property. The only one that tests me is the Lord Jesus himself. He's the only one that tests me. He's the only one that has the authority to test me. He's the only one that I humbly submit to testing. I don't have to prove anything to man. And while the entity is threatening my life and kidnapping me, the federal government is not engaging in any investigation, because if I'm kidnapped and I'm kept there, nobody's going to come get me. They're not coming. And they never have. And those same people, they're not the heroes. They will not be cheered on. They will not be celebrated. They will not be referred to as heroes. And there will also be no future endeavors. Jason Isaac Fields and Tracy Banks are going to federal prison. They are why I'm being gang stalked by the state of California. All right. The entity is engaging in this P.O.C. and the direct evidence of what the city of Rancho Cucamonga engaged in today is why they're going to federal prison. This is the criminal system behind fake conservatorships and fraudulent marriages. And they've already lost the endeavor in gang stalking me to try to falsely depict the character, because this is why government targets you, to try to put you down on paper when you do react as a normal human being who's not mentally ill. OK, but this is how they've engaged in criminally defaming the ordinary targeted individual. They're being targeted, and then the entity refers to them as mentally ill when it's psychological torture and targeting by a mentally ill population. They are mentally ill. In fact, they are actually mentally ill. This stalking with light conduct, this stalking in helicopters under a fake sun, all of them are engaging in a whole fake reality. They're under a fake sun. Do you understand how sick they are? All of them together. That's mental illness. All right, so the entities engaging in this, and anyone having any ties with Jason Isaac Fields, you will never have any ties with me. Anybody having any ties with Tracy Banks, you already know, because I don't even associate with them in the first place. It is currently 8:13 p.m. This is P.O.C. in Rancho Cucamonga. Molesting. License 8PAE008. And license, it just says 716. It is... looks like a military plate. At Yeho on, I'm still in Etowanda. Yeah, it looks like 716. Let me take a picture. 8SHA 822 went out of their way to engage in a retaliatory sex offense by driving by, making a U-turn in order to molest with engineered light. This is again at what is Yeho 11900 Etowanda. This is Etowanda and Rochester, the sex offense underway at third-party facilitating venue Yeeho, that's YEEHO. I'll be documenting this with regard to the entity targeting and engaging in what is sexual violence while they're engaged in surveillance, and engaging in what is terrorism and harassment because they are monitoring the evidence against sex offenders who stalk you and molest you with light. It is currently, again, those are the two license plates, engaging in an act of retaliation with the demons that are pacing all around their venue, monitoring me together. It is currently 8:37 p.m. License 9LIC 404. License plate EEZN30. It looks like a paper plate. License 9UCB 515. While they're engaging in retaliation, they're all gang stalking. The fake moon is over me as well. 2GUJJAR. License DZ83X67 paper. License 9NOB406, and that is EEZN30. That's a paper plate. License 8WMM376, 9HCA 756, 8WAB 594. These are sex offenders. This is the City of Rancho gang stalking. This is surveillance. License CX91U52 paper. That's P.O.C. And this is still at 1190 Etowanda. Yeeho is the name of this venue at 1190 Etowanda Avenue at Etowanda and Rochester. Okay, this is the stalking with light at nightfall. This is what the demon possessed were doing all day under a fake sun over one intersection. And these are the sex offenders that are monitoring my vagina, the same ones that are obsessed with touching me. It is again 8:41 p.m. This is sexual violence by the entity that's engaging in gang stalking. Let's see, license PANGLA 7CWL 697 8WTJ 184. Disc. License 9POY 137. At Rochester and Etowanda. Excuse me, Rochester and Arrow. So that's 1190 Arrow route. That's the Yeehoo venue at the intersection of Arrow and Rochester. It is 1190 Arrow route. And I'll be adding that to the description box with regard to the facilitating venue where the pattern of conduct is underway, state surveillance. All right, 8ZIF 848. 8WPZ 618. Yeah, you have foreigners out here in America engaging in terrorism with the government, 9NLY 761. Excuse me. License EE56T61, that's paper. License, this is where deportation is relevant, 7RMF 135. S Hart LDIVR. That's S Hart LDIVR. This is where immigration, you're talking about deportation of gang stalking immigrants. License plate. And the impunity that I'm documenting, this deportation is definitely justice. 8WMF 686. And there's no relevant claims of being treated unfairly by the government when you're being deported as a gang stalker. Nobody's crying for you. 8SKN 172. That's what justice looks like and feels like, in case you did not know. License plate 8YJZ440. License 9ENG573. License 9RGZ540. I think I already read this one just in case. 8WMF686. It is currently 8:45 p.m. License 8HAS554. This is one demon after another lining up for and molestation with what are not headlights. One stalker after another. 21166A1. This is the city of Rancho Cucamonga. The gang stalking mayor is the one that's being exposed. I've been exposed, this mayor. I've been documenting the city of Rancho Cucamonga. It's already in the body of evidence. The sex offense by the entity that is gang stalking in Rancho Cucamonga by the people of the state, by San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, is relevant to the corrupt mayor that's being exposed while the pattern of conduct is underway amongst the population in that city and by that government. It is, by the way, 8:46 p.m. This is the entity stalking by helicopter, flying in circles around the Quake Stadium. This is the pattern of conduct underway in Rancho Cucamonga. All right, gang stalking in the engineered environment. The same engineer light remains. And the entity is stalking from just like they were under the fake sun, the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. This is the same Rancho Cucamonga. This is P.O.C. amongst the people of the state. Full of people, they're gang stalking. All right, this is P.O.C. at the Quake Stadium in Rancho Cucamonga. I'm at Arrow Route off of Rochester, and it's currently 9:20 p.m. This is P.O.C. All right, monitoring with the entity stalking by helicopter at the Quake Stadium, 62606J3, LUCSHA, 9CPL250, 9NZW068, 9DVG877, 8THEVAC, 05934B4. I think I read that one. 6NGL786, 7ZUW727, 8RJE829, 9RQE899, 9RIG976, 8NMS870, 7KNR398, 9HMR064, 9AFT 907 6NAR 853, 9PIY 527, 9DXD 638, 9SLN 807. This is the pattern of conduct ongoing in Rancho Cucamonga at the Quake Stadium. Gang stalking me by helicopter. I captured that on video right now. Yes, 7, I read this one. 9RQE 899, in case I didn't read those one. 9LAP 477, M87 MVP, so that's 587 MVP, that's Oklahoma. I think I read that one. 7TKV 584, 9DVG 877, 9GUM 627, 9CPO 250, 94358E 4, 8E4, I believe. Yeah, it is currently 9:23 p.m. That's all impossible light activity. This is demonic. Let me see that. That's all demonic. It's engineer light. And this is the fake moon over me. This is at the Quake Stadium where the entity's flying over by helicopter. And that's not caused by their headlights way over there on Arrow Route. This is the P.O.C. of gang stalking. In Rancho Cucamonga, the pattern of the gates appearing on the wall, this gate right here, is appearing at a distance away on the wall, moving as the people of the state. This is engineer light at nightfall. The demons who are gang stalking with light, the same pattern of conduct over and over and over again. It is P.O.C. The city of Rancho Cucamonga is engaged in the pattern of conduct of gang stalking. Are targeting me, and it is proven through that supernatural environment. Also the behavioral pattern of the entity stalking in helicopters. That's the pattern of conduct that you can see. It's at the top of this building. The shadow of the gates in motion while demons, one after another, stalking. This is a population of people stalking. And they're demons stalking with light. Their headlights are not powerful, reaching onto the top of this building. And the entity is doing so. They're at a distance off of Arrow. The entity is doing inside a Starbucks, stalking with light. This is what the entity is doing at the TABOR Professional Building, stalking with light. This is what they're doing under the fake sun. They're all stalking with light. That San Bernardino County Sheriff crossing path right now, gang stalking me as well. This is P.O.C. It's currently at the Quake Stadium, 9:26 p.m. This is the entity engaging in that pattern of conduct. Let me show you. There's my shadow over here. Multiple. Yeah, shadow of the trees moving. While they're moving, that's called stalking with light. Impossible. These are demons, not just stalkers. These are demons, and this is a demonic environment. And here's my shadow back here as well. And somebody is in the path right behind me, gang stalking. This is P.O.C. Absolutely impossible light activity. And then demon possessed are passive aggressive psychopaths that do not address you, talk to you, know you personally while they're targeting you. They know who you are though. The fake moon, the engineered light, the gang stalking by the government directly is the direct evidence of it. And it will be the prosecution of the state of California. This is P.O.C. There's engineered light just plastered on the wall right here at the top of this building. It's the shadow of the trees, these trees. This is absolutely demonic. These are demons. This is the demon possessed, and this is gang stalking exposed. This is P.O.C. This is light activity. You're looking at the pattern, and those are the demons of law enforcement stalking with light. Calling it an event on a holiday, it's the pattern of conduct, okay? This is what demons call their festivities. When they don't even believe in the actual freedom and the significance behind the 4th of July, they're engaged in criminal surveillance, terrorizing American citizens. This is a ploy. All right, this is a game, and the demons are engaging in a pattern of conduct targeting American citizens pursuant to surveillance, which is entirely un-American. All right, it is currently 9:28 p.m. at the Quake Stadium where the entity's flying over my head by helicopter, and this engineer light in concert with the entity that is stalking 8KGX048, stalking with the police, stalking, engaging in massive facilitation. That's federal prison, that level of facilitation that they're engaging in right now. The entity is always doing that. It's very heavily documented. It's going to be treated as a severely serious offense, federal offense. It is currently, again, 9:28 p.m. in Rancho Cucamonga. This is P.O.C. License 7 UYX 516-14609D3. They're all in engineer light. This is gang stalking. Every single last one of them are stalking. License 9 DBN 606, 7 TQT 469, 9 LLE 381. They're all gang stalking with San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, who's stalking with light activity. It's criminal summoning. License 9 HQY 954, license 8 ZUA 949, 7659504, 9 DJE 803. I can't really see that one. You can scratch that one. 5 WDL 494. And San Bernardino County Sheriff, gang stalking with license plate. This is license plate, hold on, 1516304. They're in engineer light using police lights. This is gang stalking by a corrupt law enforcement agency that flew over by while the fake sun is over my head, and flew over right now, gang stalking. This is the same department. And in engineer light, there's no legitimacy. It's P.O.C. Again, license 1516304. Stalking with light, pursuant to what is criminal summoning. All right, that is not only gang stalking by San Bernardino County Sheriff, it's facilitation of gang stalking by San Bernardino County Sheriff that's engaged in public corruption. And this is the same department engaged in repeated kidnappings while they're a bunch of psychopathic demons gang stalking as a whole demon-infected department. This demon looks ridiculous with double shadows, wanting to be taken seriously in a uniform. This is a demon, and he's stalking and right in my face. And these are the demons that are going to be removed from law enforcement. It's currently 9:31 p.m. Again, that's license. I got that license plate already. Multiple shadows all over the side of the vehicle. This is Rancho Cucamonga Police, which is San Bernardino County Sheriff. License again 1516304. This is P.O.C. 9AZT371. The entity following with the sound of fireworks, right? It's as demonic as the sound of amplified helicopter when the helicopter is flying over the mountains, and I could see it at a distance outside of the window. These are demons doing so under what is the relevant time frame. It's the 4th of July, so stalking with the amplified sound of fireworks. While one demon after another that you can see on video and engineer light, the population is stalking. This is letting you know there is no such thing as an elite society. The demons of Rancho Cucamonga are a bunch of demon-infected, sex-offending, obsessed psychopaths. They're a bunch of criminals. They're a bunch of predators. They're a bunch of cockroaches. They're pathetic. And they look ridiculous with double and triple shadows. Their mental illness is plain for everyone to see. While they're stalking little old me all together. All of the inferior demons together stalking me. And I'm exposing all of them. It is currently, as I'm walking down Arrow, 9:35 p.m. 9 PVG 525. 3AA OCS, that's Arizona. 8 CEE, looks like 788. It is currently 6 APS 514, 9 HMB 783, 8 FRK 437, 7, I can't really see that one. I want to say 77KV 890, but you can scratch it. 5XSG 882. Nine SDF 168. Seven WTC 059. All right, the demons are engaging in what is sounding repeated firecrackers, and at least that's the sound, that's the method of the amplified audible activity. You see the light activity, it's not real light, it's engineered light. In other words, it's demonic, and so is the audible noise that surrounds, and so are all the people that are around, they're demons. So the moment that I start recording though, no more bang, 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 every demon that's crossing path. The demon possessed are pathetic. When you're monitoring my vagina, you don't get any respect from me. It's pathetic. It's currently 9:37 p.m.
molesting 9BKB 802 at White Oak and Arrow Route at 9:54 p.m. This is the entity that's engaged in the same pattern of conduct in another city. This is a statewide pattern of conduct. These are sex offenders that are gang stalking. P.O.C. All right, I just want to document San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. They're stalkers. They're a bunch of stalkers. I'm seated at Red Oak and Arrow Route, and in less than 3 minutes, 180 seconds, one demon, San Bernardino County Sheriff, two demons, San Bernardino County Sheriff, three demons, San Bernardino County Sheriff, four demons, and five demons, San Bernardino County Sheriff. They're stalkers. They are stalkers. Just like the Ontario Police, the whole department is out pacing around me and using police resources to do so. The fake moon is over me. They are stalking me. I'm on Arrow Route at Red Oak. They're stalking me. The fake sun remained at Arrow and Etowanda all day. They're stalking me. San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department engaging in what is heavy duty stalking. That was the fifth vehicle. I've been sitting here for a while, and in the past 90 seconds, I put my hair up. I changed my hairstyle right now. Just put it up on top of my head. One demon, two demon, three demon, four demon, five demon. Five demons, five vehicles. This is pacing. This is the department heavily stalking. You're talking about a group of them just driving by me over and over again, which is heavy duty stalking. I just want to document that. Those demons are stalking. There's some stalkers. So are the people of the state. So is everybody else. But I give the demons due attention where they're asking for it. The world needs they're stalkers. They are stalkers. Whew, I'm at Red Oak, and I'm right here looking at the street sign of Red Oak, and I'm on Arrow. So it's right here at the, looks like 10722 Arrow Route, Transformation Growth LLC, Suite 520. P.O.C. The demons are molesting. The entity is stalking me as I'm walking. They're following me. They're stalking in the path. All right. The entity is doing so with the demons of San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. There's some freaking stalkers. Whew. There's some stalkers. Those are demons, though. The San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, they're full of demons, and I've documented hundreds of them. They are demons. I've witnessed their mental illness. They are not well, and they're stalking very heavily right now. Five, crossing path. One, what's going to happen? What am I doing in the next 30 seconds? That's how heavily they're stalking. One in another in another vehicle, another in another vehicle, another. They're all stalking me. To have a whole department, and that's what the demon possessed are doing. That's mental illness. Okay. That's what's not being discussed. That's what's not being diagnosed, and it needs to be. It's P.O.C. It's currently 10:15 p.m. 8YHM193 is a demon you see stalking with light while the entity is stalking by helicopter. This is Mountain Village Apartments. Gang stalking the population, every community. License 7HBY167, 5HZD214. This is Monterey Village Apartments in Rancho Cucamonga. Gang stalking with the city of Rancho Cucamonga. Doing so pursuant to knowledge of who I am. And as I document, pursuant to the pattern of conduct, the entity engages in what is stalking by helicopter. That entire apartment complex is engaged in the P.O.C. And I want to be clear, these are gang stalking African Americans, gang stalking Caucasian Americans, gang stalking Latino and Asian Americans. I'm looking at a lot of black folks right now gang stalking me over here. All right, this is the entity that's engaged in that P.O.C. with the police, and they like to talk about Black Lives Matter. Those are demons. All right, it's currently 10:32 p.m. This is P.O.C. That is, again, Monterey Village Apartments. And the entity is stalking by helicopter, as you can hear. And doing so as I document. Like I stated, those five vehicles of San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, they are stalkers. I've already documented this entity gang stalking me at Havana Apartments on this same street where Tracy Banks claimed to be a former employee. And the entity flew right over my head by helicopter while she was ganged. The fake sun over me at the Havana Apartments. And the entity doing so, this is when I came from Los Angeles. Fake sun's over me as I come to Rancho Cucamonga. While LAPD kept the fake sun from sunrise till sunset, I come to Rancho and it's over my head, and so is helicopter activity in the presence of this demon who's going to prison while Rancho Cucamonga is gang stalking me for under a fake conservatorship that she's going to prison for by helicopter. As I document the demons who are engaging in surveillance with the gang stalking mayor of Rancho, who I will be identifying. I'll be highlighting this criminal, this corrupt actor, this sex offender monitoring my vagina in the city of Rancho Cucamonga.
All right, it is currently 10:33 p.m. That's the entity gang stalking, and then who arrives? It's very obvious. This is what I'm stating. The entity is engaging in a pattern of conduct, and it's so obvious with regard to that criminal system. You're always looking at what is documentation, and then the entity arrives in helicopter. Okay, thank you for confirming, State of California, that you're stalking and that they're stalking with you. Okay, because that's exactly what they're doing every single time. And this is in a different city where the entity kept a fake sun over me. And at a quote unquote random apartment complex, the entity is engaging in that P.O.C. And as I began documenting, if I'm not under surveillance, then the entity is engaged in an ongoing perpetual coincidence. But there is no such thing. It's clinically referred to as a pattern of conduct pursuant to surveillance. You know what I'm doing, and you engage in a pattern of behavior in a specific environment as I do it. Okay, and it's also relevant to what is a straightforward prosecution. The San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department's engaged in repeated kidnappings, and that's a basis of disbanding. And the size of that corrupt law enforcement agency is not a basis to deny justice. It's actually a basis to disband because of that size is commensurate to the threat to the public. All right, you have a bunch of lawless demons who are engaged in criminal conduct. That doesn't even make any sense. For theft of money, don't these demons have jobs? Oh, you have a job already. Why are you trying to steal from me? In a manner that's already exposed. You just flew over my head in an obvious manner. That's exactly what the demons of the Ontario Police Department do. That's exactly what the demons of the LAPD do. While I'm standing at the office documenting the P.O.C., they fly right over the top of my head. You could not get any more clearer evidence of the truth that I'm speaking in real time. And as I document a parking lot full of demons at an apartment complex, that apartment complex is a facilitating venue because you have a pattern of conduct by a population of people, and they're gang stalking where they live, and that's why you'll be prosecuted. It's not private property. The entity engaged in kidnapping today and did so with the intent to obstruct justice. And by the way, they're operating under an illusion of constitutional protections that they don't have while they're engaged in surveillance and violating my constitutional rights. That was the government speaking through Ocean, through Starbucks. And that was the government directly gang stalking me right in that cafe. And that was the government telling me I can't document you. While I'm stalking you, you cannot document me. Okay, that absurdity, that's psychopaths are going to prison. 9 ELB 802. This is P.O.C. at Arrow Route in Hermosa is where I'm at right now. All right, and a bunch of gang stalking bums. Those are bums at Monterey Village. Gang stalking. And then you have these corrupt demons, these sex offenders monitoring my vagina, flying over by helicopter because they're all scared while I start documenting them. Helicopter activity doesn't instill fear. Helicopter activity confirms that you're a gang stalker. And it puts people in prison. It disbands law enforcement agencies that are full of demons engaging in domestic terrorism and not law enforcement. All right, it incentivizes psychopathic behavior like lurking in the dark, stalking with light. That behavior, which is a harm to the public. That's what the San Bernardino County Sheriff represents. They represent a harm. And the size of that department is a reason to disband, in addition to the fact that they've engaged in what is impermissible under all circumstances. Not only surveillance, not only a corrupt, entirely corrupt department, but repeatedly kidnapping an American citizen, seeking to expose that, enforce my rights against not being subject to that. And they respond with kidnapping. They respond with gang stalking like I just documented right now, like I've been documenting all day. You disband that. That's terrorism. And you don't negotiate with any other terrorists across the seas. And that's the same type of message that is to be sent in this country. While also the landscape has changed, the United States is engaged in monitoring American citizens, and it is terrorism. Right, you got a parking lot full of demons stalking at all the surrounding the perimeter with light. I'm gonna get these psychopaths license plates. This is the same Rancho Cucamonga the same Rancho Cucamonga is where I'm at. The same, by the way, this plaza is not open. The only thing that's open is the mini mart. So they're surrounding at all corners with light, stalking. I have multiple shadows. License 9ELF 802, that's a demon. This is psychopathic behavior. And at the other corner, demons stalking with light. And this is the criminal conduct of the government. License 85L38R3. Stalking with light. They're monitoring, tracking my steps, following from place to place. The same department that just flew over my head by helicopter. License 9NGJ390. License 9GOH376. That's an engineer light that you hear that. 9RJW997. 7XEA3A2. Stalking with light is license 7RZA201. 8RUY576. A license plate 85241G2. Stalking with light is over here. And this is the plaza where I documented the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court, where I documented in Rancho Cucamonga, the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department gang stalking my helicopter at this plaza as well. Fake sign over me. All right, stalking with light, license 9TIB810. Yeah, 9TIB810. Stalking with light at all corners. This is the Allmark Plaza. Tracy Banks is in this video. You'll see her running across the street going to the little market. We were going to the market before she dropped me off at Haven and Arrow, where I documented substantial gang stalking. She would drop me off at the parking lot of that plaza over there at Arrow and Haven, where the entity gang stalks me by helicopter, an airplane in that parking lot with the fake sun. None of that's shared with what is the fake sun remaining over Starbucks, remaining over Euclid Avenue. And this is how you have years of documentation of the entity engaged in stalking, targeting me, while secretly, Tracy Banks never mentioning any property that she's trying to secretly steal with a secret conservatorship with the government, and having a sexual relationship with Jason Fields, having a fraudulent fake marriage in order to steal. Never mentioned any of that, but also engaging what is trying to defame me while she's gang stalking me. License 85138R3, gang stalking with the city of Rancho Cucamonga. This is P.O.C. This is criminal conduct of the corrupt law enforcement agency, San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. This is Shannon Dykes. Shannon Dykes. He's being removed. License 8NLG472. P.O.C. It's currently 10:40 p.m. All these demons sitting in a parking lot engaging in surveillance. Stalking a woman in the middle of the night. If you don't understand how that is not the framework, the building blocks of rape, the building blocks of murdering someone, the building blocks of psychopathic behavior, maniacal behavior, that's entirely demented. You have a population engaging in that everywhere. If you don't understand that, if you don't recognize that, then there's a problem there as well. What they're engaging in is not normal. This is POC 8POY551. And this is again the Allmark Plaza at 10060 Arrow route, POC. 9ELF 802. Engaging in surveillance in the Allmark Plaza parking lot. Let's see if I can see any other license plate over here. I don't think so. It's okay. License plate 8AJL015. 10:47 p.m. 8NEV113. It's 11 p.m. All right, what you'll see in the images at 11:04, 11:03, and right now again at 11:05. The entity is pacing around me with amplified plane activity flying over my head where I'm taking a rest. Just like where I was at Red Oak and Arrow and the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department in 5 vehicles in like 180 seconds. One vehicle after another, stalking heavily. The entity is flying over my head. That's audible activity. It's not a fireworks show. They're stalking in engineer light, and that's always the context. Even when they're having a fireworks show, they're monitoring. But nonetheless, the entity is pacing repeatedly over my head at 9655 Arrow route. This is building 19. This looks like a medical center plaza. They're flying over. This is where I'm seated. I'm stationary. I'm not moving. So they stalk me, fly over my head, fly around me when I'm not in motion. And the demons, who are the people of the state, they're pacing all around. Engineer lights all over. Their headlights aren't reaching onto the property down here. They're on the streets. So like I showed you at the Quake Center, where you saw the shadow of the gate appearing on the wall, on the building in front of on the opposite side of that gate. That's absurdly impossible light. These are stalkers, and they're stalking together. And the entity is also demonstrating city to city, I'm being targeted. So it is the ongoing consistent documentation.
And the entity is flying over my head by amplified plane. So that's like one of the small planes. That's the government. That's the city of Ontario, gang stalking. Flies over me by plane, and at 11:05 again is pacing by flying in the opposite direction. I do take pictures of that. I am at what is 9655 Arrow route. I'm at Arrow and Archibald Avenue. And the entity is maintaining ongoing light activity, and the fake moon is directly above me as well. Okay, so as I'm traveling on Arrow route, the fake moon's not remaining over the museum. It's not over the Ovid Family Community Library upon my exit. It's not over Tracy Banks's apartment at Woodside Senior Apartments. It's not over the Tabor Professional Building. It's over me in Rancho Cucamonga at what is 9655 Arrow route, where the entity is engaged in gang stalking. This is the identification of that crime scene. All right, it is currently 11:07 p.m. 9 MHV 605. That's 11:27 p.m. 79652A1. 56850T2. 9AYL 497. 9NQG 284. It is 11:27 p.m. License 8 UEW 412. License 6 VES 732. 7 KVG 745. They're all monitoring while they're in their homes. Everybody, you can hear the vehicles driving by. This is a molestation. It's impossible light. It's touching all over, and I have multiple shadows on the ground. License 7Z ID 858, and the fake moon is over my head at Arrow route. This is 9180 Arrow route, Rancho Cucamonga, California. 98UP 553. Yeah, 9BUP 553, where the fake moon is over me and the entity is molesting with impossible light while a population is gang stalking, engaging in surveillance via traffic. License 8LDK 740. It's 11:30 p.m. 93080P3. Oopsie. License 7KDK 706. 9DRT 701. 16762L2. 7KHV 650. That looks like I.I.S. I can't really see. 1 second. I.I.S 522 handicap. 8 U.I.F 376. 9 APG 390. 4 RZN 007. Seven LNR 893.
All right, the entity is gang stalking at Vineyard Village Apartments. The entity that's crossing path on Vineyard Avenue at Arrow, molesting while they're on it's a large street over here, it's really wide. They're on the opposite side of the street and just massive light all the way across the street when they're just driving by. That's a stalker molesting while crossing path with impossible eye activity. 5COG 485 is also gang stalking. 6JIP 409. 7H 34614. 7DYT 984. That's audible activity while they're monitoring in this neighborhood. License 6TSA 425. And what is so funny is that while I'm at a property, standing at the gate about to get the license plate of a vehicle parked inside of a property, the sprinklers turn off inside of the property in order to turn the sprinklers on me where I'm standing. That's also a basis of activity creation, but knowledge about me documenting them, which you also know you also are deducting knowledge based on the specific environment, and you're deducting knowledge based on the pattern of conduct by the people of the state. Stalking with impossible light while you're on the opposite side. How are you even touching me with? That's a demon, and they're stalking. And that's why you can walk in any neighborhood and get everybody's license plate. And a demon thinks when they flee, all your other demonic buddies are sitting around vulnerable. License 8BES 271. And they're all monitoring inside of their homes, okay, where they're not protected and it's not private property. P.O.C. 6KAV 66I. 6KAV 66I. Six KAV 661. That's what that is. 6UAA 872. License. Oh, no license on it. That's so funny. No license plate on this vehicle. It's hilarious. P.O.C. License 5KPL 837 IMTHONE. It's 9DXZ716. The people of the state gang stalking at Baker and Arrow. Oh, I got a lot of property. 84022V2. R538YO. Looks like they covered up their plate. LJA66G. That looks like an Arizona plate. (8BJE 847). 8LLD 555. 7CRN 898. 9SNX 369.
7LKM 139. 33006A4. Let me see. BNA4312. That's a Washington plate. 9MRL697. Nine AKX161. C810G1. All right, so with regard to documenting, I just want to give you all the people that I'm documenting today. I documented a lot of people today. This is nothing compared to the population that is targeting me. All right, it's occurring in every city and every county. And this is an entity that's engaging in monitoring in this country. So I'm not just being targeted by people that are aware of who I am, even though I don't know them and I haven't done anything to gain this sort of attention. This is relevant to surveillance, and it's also demonic. So 89896Y2, with regard to numerosity, with regard to the amount of people that are targeting, I just want to make sure that it is placed in perspective with regard to the sexual violence that the entity engages in. The entity that placed cameras in my homes, in my apartment home, engaged in what is filming me without my knowledge, doing so without my consent, doing so while gang stalking me at the same time. And so these are the same demons that are stalking with light, stalking me in bathrooms, stalking me by helicopter, stalking me from city to city, stalking me when I go into Nevada. The entity knows exactly who I am. The fake sun remained over me into Nevada and in the state of Nevada and out as I drove out of Nevada, engaging in the pattern of conduct in that specific environment, including the corrupt law enforcement, Nevada State Police, and Las Vegas Metropolitan Police. This is relevant to the sexual violence that this entity has engaged in, that I have been subjected to, and the entity that has profited from that sexual violence. These same demons that are gang stalking, they are very much interested in and have provided for a profit to look at me in the nude on the internet. And this is something that I had no part in, no knowledge of. The entity engaging in what is placing me on the internet, unbeknownst to me, the same entity that's gang stalking, that has a secret conservatorship, engaged in all manner of secret marriages in order to steal property from me. The same entity engaged in what is placing me on the internet while I'm in my home living my life, and unbeknownst to me, my private moments are placed on the internet, where demons who are obsessed with me, gang stalking me, are also obsessed with me, watching me in my home, unbeknownst to me, watching me in the nude, and engaging in and gratified by that, even paying for it because the entity has profited from it, while they're gang stalking me at the same time. This is what is sick about the demon possessed, who are actually perverts. They are actually predators. And this is what the entity has engaged in, and it includes demons like Tracy Banks and Jason Isaac Fields. These are absolutely sex offenders. This is the entity that engaged in this in the federal government, that is not engaging in any sort of competent interference with regard to criminal conduct that I remain subject to, and I am single-handedly documenting in order to enforce my rights. This is relevant to every predator that I document by license plate, and that's not hyperbole. You have been told different, that it's not the reality, that most people are bad, and that most people are not what you consider to be, like, the extreme. But that's not what the pattern of conduct shows, and that's not what the facts reveal. The entity that's engaging in gang stalking has engaged in egregious acts against me while gang stalking at the same time. Gang stalking is speaking to the propensity to engage in exceedingly violent sex crimes, and also violence against people that you don't know either, for no reason. They don't even need a reason. This is speaking to a propensity for tremendous harm, and that is speaking directly rebutting against the common saying of, most people are good. That's not biblical either. It's not scriptural. That's not true either. A lot of people are in darkness. The entity that's gang stalking is engaging in that. Corrupt law enforcement agencies, one after another, after another, after another, engaging in corruption, targeting an American citizen that's broken no law, and also engaging in what is enforcing my rights. You think that they would be
not infuriated by it, but I actually respect it because of the fortitude that's engaged in that. They know that what they're doing is unlawful. And for somebody like myself, for anybody, but for me to be able to get this far and proving it, I've already proven it, and doing so in the way that I have, this is something that is infuriating to the demonic entity, to the corrupt government that has they have no plan to stop engaging in the pattern of conduct whatsoever. This sex offender in the middle of the street, license 7SM. Hold on, I'll get this license plate in a second. Just stop it in the middle of the street where I'm standing, and I'm not in his way. This is a sex offender that's monitoring in this specific environment. I'm just coming where I'm at for somebody to be present where I'm at. This is targeting conduct. But this is, again, relevant to the sexual violence. This is a demon. This is the entity that goes on the dark web and knows about my nude body on the internet, and they go and watch that. They go and pay money to watch it. These are sex offenders. Knowing exactly who I am, the specific environment proves that. License 7SMM 643. And they are doing so, gang stalking families. These are the type of things that they consume. This is the reality of what they're into. 5AMX489, and this is relevant to all the people that I documented. It's clearly not as many thousands of people. It's actually more than thousands, millions of people are monitoring and monitoring me. But I want to be clear, this is relevant to sexual violence that they engage in the same way that they know me because of surveillance that's underway. They've also engaged in what is consuming content with my nudity, my private moments in my home. And that's speaking to what are predators. That includes every corrupt law enforcement agency, because that's exactly what they're into. That's what they're doing. They're a part of that. That's gang stalking. That's sex trafficking by the entity, not just the sex offender that had access to my home and put it in there. The whole entity is watching it, knows who I am in the same way that I'm proving that they're gang stalking me. They know who I am by the fake sun, by the engineered light, by their behavioral pattern they're targeting. They also know who I am, and they all go and tune in onto what the entity put on the internet. And I want to make sure that that is understood. I want to put that out there. And it's actually nauseating. That's disgusting. You have the average person in California that's a sex offender. And they haven't been convicted of it because, and also state surveillance hasn't been revealed. All right, 7LRJ478. And this is another reason why Jason Isaac Fields and, Tracy Banks is already unspoken, but Jason Isaac Fields, that's her sex partner and her co-conspirator, and thinking that they were some shrewd, clever witch and warlock that were going to these are demons that are, again, highly oversexed. And also a very low barometer with regard to intelligence. So all of that ego is just based on dealing with demons like them. And Satan tells himself that he's intelligent. And I've shown you how they're not. They're merely, they're psychopaths. So they have delusional ideas about themselves and their capabilities, and to engage in that level of sexual violence, that has nothing to do with capability. They're nothing but predators. And this is also relevant to why people like Jason Isaac Fields I'm going to prosecute to the full extent of the law. And that's relevant to, again, only fragments of what the entity has engaged in beyond gang stalking, but that's a part of the gang stalking system. Sex trafficking. All right, when you're being gang stalked, your landlord at your apartment complex, they're part of the pattern of conduct. When you buy your house from somebody gives you keys, not even more so, the entity is capable of getting into your home without your knowledge. This is an ongoing threat when the entity is engaging in surveillance and targeting an American citizen. And then you're incapable of proving it, but for the P.O.C. And that's how you're also supposed to be falsely depicted as being some sort of paranoid person, because you're accusing your neighbors, of things that you can't really prove, which is not wise, even though the absence of evidence of it I've shown is not the the proof of mental illness. That's not what that means, and that's not logical either. But this is what the entity does when it's engaged in monitoring, criminal targeting American citizens. But I just want to put that out there. This is relevant to the entity that's been targeting and engaged in sex trafficking. And it is something that Jason Isaac Fields and Tracy Banks in particular are leading in as well, including trying to steal property from me. And that's, again, why anybody having any dealings with Jason Isaac Fields, there will be no personal or professional dealings with them. Violent sex offenders, and forgiveness is not a question, but I don't have to ever deal with you. I don't have to ever have any connection with you. I don't ever have to be anywhere near you, and I certainly will not. And I want to make sure that that's clear. When you hear me documenting all these license plates with regard to the numerosity of those engaging in sexual violence against me, all right? It's unprecedented. This is P.O.C.
Get arrested.
Yeah, I had to go to West Valley. So they took my stuff to the police station.
Okay,
How do you
so
put
it
this
didn't
seat
get
back?
stolen. The door. The door. Push
Oh.
back.
I'm like, I feel like I'm all the way up. Who did you have sitting here?
Vanita.
Dang, she old.
Well, she
Goodness.
shrunk a lot.
She's all up in the. Dang.
So they have your stuff. It's not stolen.
Yeah, I just don't feel like. Yeah, it's not lost. I'm gonna get it back.
Here's your blanket.
Thank you. Do you have any sanitizer?
What?
Do you have any sanitizer? Thank you. Whew. That's strong.
I was looking for you today too, to take you with me,
Where?
to take you with me to Victorville to have breakfast and
Oh,
lunch.
that's strong. That alcohol is strong. Woo.
So that's why I couldn't find you.
Where were you looking for me at? Oh,
At
at
the
Starbucks?
Starbucks.
Oh, no. That's so funny. What a coincidence you were looking for me. Okay. Do you know where there's a cup of ice? Can you go to Jack in the Box real quick, or do you not have time? It's okay if you don't have time. But I just want a cup of ice. I got a lot of good exercise.
Walk.
Mm-hmm. I haven't done that in a long time. You need to break out of that feeling like I don't feel like it, and I didn't have a choice, and I got a lot of good exercise, so it's okay. It's a good thing.
I think I've gone wrong.
No, you haven't. You're still on Arrow. You don't remember
It's
this
dark.
street?
No, it's dark. I can't
Oh, you used to drive.
see. It's different at night.
It's a crooked. It goes all over the place. You're still on the same street.
It's different at night. I used to come this way like all the time.
I walked past your old job, and I walked past the Allmark Plaza where we would go before you went to work.
So you walked all the way from Rancho?
I walked all the way from Etowanda and
Right.
all the way from West Valley, actually.
So why didn't you leave me a message when you called?
Because?
Because what? I didn't answer the phone because I didn't know the number.
Well, I don't know that.
Erica, you said another number. It was an 890 number or something like that. I don't know who you are. You should have left a message.
You know where you're going, right?
Yeah.
It's not a big deal.
It is a big deal
Why?
because look, here I am at midnight when I got to go to work and
Well,
get up
you
at
didn't
6
have
o'clock.
to come. I asked you if you don't. I'm not gonna be saying nothing if you say no.
Erica, you should have said where you were. I would have come earlier. You should have called and let me know. I didn't leave Victorville till like 9 o'clock.
I saw fireworks too. They were pretty.
Nice. So you're gonna ignore me?
No, I went to the Quake Theater. The Quake, you know what's it called? Quake Stadium.
Yeah.
That was a really nice fireworks show. It was pretty. You ain't even gotta buy no tickets. I was right there sitting there like, why would you don't even if we just buy no tickets?
That's good.
They all pay tickets for it. It was really pretty. That it was really loud.
So how long have you been out?
What do you mean been out? I didn't go to jail.
Why do they have your stuff?
It was a ticket because they want to be buttholes. Because they could have gave me a ticket there, but they wanted, no, we're gonna take you to this. Yeah, whatever, nigga. So they took me to the station and took my stuff because they can't leave it there. They got to take it to it's Ontario Police. So I'll deal with that anyway. But no, I had to sit there. It was for a release. It was a site release. So I got a day exercise walking back. I was almost here. I would have made it. But I was just like, let me see if she'll call again. I mean, let me call her one more time.
Okay. Next time, could you leave a message or text me and let me know? Because I don't answer strange phone numbers.
You don't? Okay. Well,
The only reason I answered this time because they called the second time. I was like, who is this? Check to see if he left a message. Nope. I was like, I guess it's not important.
No, I just figure it's not meant to be if you don't answer. Oh, well, it's okay.
Where do you want me to drop it off?
No. Back over on G Street. That's fine.
Yeah, I was looking for you this morning to give you a couple of dollars. Couldn't find you. And I was going to offer you to go with me because they have a hotel room. You could have stayed in there with them and been chilling. Here.
I can't see. Thank you. So that means you're not gonna get ice. Okay, you don't have to. That'll cost you more money. You passed up 7-Eleven. They're not open.
I didn't see no 7-Eleven.
I didn't say you passed it. It was on the other side of the street, and I didn't want to say nothing. I'm trying to think. If you're on, I mean, you would have to turn now to get to Mountain. Go down one of these streets so you can get to Mountain. Where, before you get back to Yo Street, because then it'll be like you're home already.
Okay.
Not yet. Keep going. Go to like, or
This
maybe
is 7th.
Yeah, is 7th running to Mountain?
Yeah, it does.
Oh, okay.
Yep, it does.
Thank you, because I'm gonna need a bus pass to go to get my stuff.
All right.
She said, "You can help me." So funny.
It gets tricky on this street.
You had just gotten there, right? You weren't waiting on me, right? At the street corner? You had just gotten there, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say I didn't see you.
No, when I drove up, I drove right there. All right, this street gets weird.
You'll run into Mountain. You can't miss it. So just keep going. This is San Antonio. Yeah.
Okay. Well, they finally opened this street up all the way.
Yeah, they were doing. That's true. They were doing a lot of construction. Weird construction. They jacked that street up. I couldn't even figure out how to get over it. I didn't know how to drive on it. It was really confusing.
Wow.
What?
They got rid of that stuff that was in the middle of the street.
They redid a what's the? Oh,
Remember,
no.
it used to be like a cutout.
But that's not this street though. This is 7th. Maybe it's still the same on the one. It was 6th Street. I used to drive down. That might still be the same though. But I never saw those before.
Those
On
apartments?
7th.
Yeah.
That's cute.
Yeah, I worked there once. Years ago.
They redid this little gas station over there where you used to go before work.
Yeah.
It's huge now. It's a big car wash and a little market. It's nice. Just FYI. I was like, this wasn't there before. We went to a little corner shop. It was tiny.
Wow.
They built a lot of new stuff over there in Rancho. I haven't been there in a long time. This way. Unless this is 8th and there's a Wendy's right here.
I mean, there's one there, but I don't think it's open.
Yeah, Wendy's
Wendy's closes at what, 12? Oh, the drive-thru. It's okay. I don't want no ice cream, no way. I mean, I do.
Oh, it's open.
I see. Oh, it says open.
Yeah, it's open. Wow. I was telling Eric, I saw Quavo today.
Who was that?
He was in Victorville. The guy used to be with the three group. What was his name? He was married to
Tress Logo. I mean, I
No,
don't know.
he was married to
Cardi B?
Cardi B, yeah. So they had a group, 3 of them.
Oh, the
And
other
he got
one
his
died?
brother killed, yeah.
He got his brother killed.
Sure did. He was acting like a nigga in a bowling alley and got his brother shot. Yep, he sure did.
Wow.
And Chris Brown did a versus on that fool and crushed him. He looked weird today. I was like, nigga, I see you.
Where did you see him at?
Up in Victorville driving through. He was getting gas.
How you know it was Quavo?
Because it was his nappy hair. It wasn't even called. He looked like a bum.
How you know it was a
I know what he
lookalike
looked
from
like.
Victorville?
No, he wasn't. Yeah.
Hi, what kind of one?
Hi. How much is a cup of ice?
It's free.
Okay. And then what else do you want?
Which one?
Okay. Wait. We're not done. Sorry. What else?
I don't know. Are you gonna give me something to eat?
You got money.
Oh, okay. No, I just wanna. No, I'm not gonna spend it right here. I'll just get a cup of ice.
Okay. A cup of ice, please.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. I didn't bring any water.
Baconator. What is this? Wendy's? Yeah, I don't know.
You don't want none for Wendy's?
Yeah, I usually get the Frosty and stuff,
I
but
thought you were gonna get it.
I'm not spending. I thought if you $20 goes quickly.
You need a straw?
No, thank you.
Thank you.
I've been waiting all day for somebody to give me just a free cup of ice. Dang. I get it all the time. It was so hard to find.
Oh, on the way?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow. Maybe it wasn't meant to be at that time. I can't turn left that way. Yeah, I was gonna fill up your Starbucks card.
Oh, I'm about to throw that away.
I just told you, Erica, stop throwing away them damn cards. They cost $5. Don't do that.
Well, he'll take it back because I ain't got no money on it.
Erica, I just told you, be patient. Stop throwing it away. When I see you, I'll fill it up. Don't throw it away. I wasted $5. You threw it away. I'm like, what the hell?
You didn't tell me to hold on to it.
Not free.
You didn't tell me to hold on to
I
it.
called. I shouldn't have to tell you if I'm filling
I
it
didn't know
up.
that they're $5, and I didn't know
They're
that
not free. Ain't nothing free at Starbucks. Nothing.
I didn't know that you were gonna give me more money on it. I'm not like, I didn't know
really?
that.
You think I'm just gonna let you sit out there not eat?
I don't sit up and rely and think. No, I don't. No, I don't. I don't sit up and bank on anybody doing
that.
for me.
Whether you like me or not, I'm not gonna let you sit out there and starve. Make sure you have something hot on your stomach.
I'm not gonna starve.
Okay. You got your wallet?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
I've been taking care of myself for a very long time. Thank you.
Really?
I live by my own for a very long time. I ain't never been kicked out.
Not
Even
living
if
on your own.
I ain't never had nobody had to pay buy no car for me. I ain't never had nobody finance my education. I did all that without any counsel. Done quite a bit. Thank you. It's interesting. I wonder if you talk to your son like that, like he's incompetent. Because
I didn't talk to you like you were incompetent, Erica.
I don't think you realize how you did, but I don't
didn't
know.
talk to
And
you
you're
like you
really
were
insulting yourself because why would you talk to an adult child like they don't know how to think? You're the one that raised them, right? You're insulting yourself, but it's not true. I take care of myself when you're not around. I'm gonna still be taking care of myself. I don't rely on you. I don't call you. How do I wipe my butt? What am I supposed to do? How do I figure this out? I don't do that, and I don't do that.
All right,
So
you got it all figured out. You don't need me to tell you anything.
I don't. I called you to pick me up. If you don't, my life goes on.
Okay.
That's how it's supposed to be. You want somebody to be codependent on you or something?
No.
So
what I want you to do is get yourself off the street.
The reason why I'm on the street is not my doing, and I'm dealing with that. I'm getting myself up off the street, and I'm getting on money and property that belongs to me, and I'm dealing with those that try to steal it. That's what I'm dealing with.
You know, Mercy House is helping people. Have you gone to them?
Where's Mercy House?
Mercy House is over there off of, they have that Mercy House. Matter of fact, it was Mercy House that helped you the last time, wasn't it? Got in your hotel room?
They don't have Mercy House over there no more.
Oh, they're gone?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. They shut it down?
I mean, I haven't walked over there, but it's not there no more. I heard it's not there no more. And I believe that. I don't think it's over there no more.
Wow.
We got a lot going on.
Kick the fender.
How you know? Well, why would somebody kick your fender? At work?
No, I was parked on the street.
Why were you parked on the street?
Because I gave up my parking space.
For less rent or something?
Yeah, because they keep going up on the fucking rent.
So somebody hit it, huh?
No, they didn't hit it. They purposely let the air out of that tire and kicked the front. So I gotta get that fixed. It's okay. The haters will be taken care of.
Are you gonna...
Monkey didn't stop no show.
Are you gonna go get them or something? What are you gonna do?
I don't have to do anything. They will be handled. I don't have to do a thing.
They will be handled.
That's right.
They will be handled. Yeah, you can let me out over here. Excuse me.
Oh.
What you doing and you stalking